Yeah, you're not. Councilmember Fimbres, are you there?
Yes, Madam Mayor, you hear me? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
yes, we can. We're just going to start a study and then move right into executive session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Council will stand in session. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres is attending this meeting electronically. Items 1 and 2, executive session and direction to staff.
The executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session, City of Tucson Ordinance number 11959, prohibiting discrimination in housing based on source of income, Arizona Attorney General's Senate Bill SB 1487, Investigative Report number 22-002, finding the ordinance in violation of state law and next steps, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. We'll be moving into executive session. We'll see you out here in half an hour. session. Can I have a motion to return from executive session?
So move.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Madam Mayor, I'd move that the mayor and council direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to do the following. There are 4 parts to the motion. First of all, to make a formal request to Attorney General Chris Mays to reconsider the determination that was issued by the prior AG at the end of his term regarding the city's source of income ordinance. Secondly, to suspend enforcement of the city's source of income ordinance during that time frame to give Attorney General Mays time to reconsider the determination relating to the ordinance, and to eliminate the potential conflict with Arizona law as cited in the prior determination. Third, to take any measures necessary to eliminate the threat of the loss of state shared revenues while the issue is being resolved. And finally, to schedule an agenda item at the next mayor and council meeting or at a special meeting if necessary to allow mayor and council to take appropriate action to avoid any interruption of state shared revenues.
May I have a second, please?
I'll second it. Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Any discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. Really appreciate the direction on that. Item 3, COVID-19 and monkeypox virus update. Do you wanna read the item and then we'll start? Thank you, Suzanne.
Item 3 is the COVID-19 and monkeypox virus update. Time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19, the monkeypox virus mitigation measures, funding and appropriations, and related legal matters.
Thank you so much, Suzanne. I just wanted to share with my colleagues on the council, we talked about this during agenda committee meeting today, that I will be removing the COVID-19 item from being on every study session agenda. What we will do instead, we usually have quarterly updates on PFAS, on community safety and actions that we're doing for the unsheltered. We have several quarterly updates that different departments bring us. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to replace the COVID item with these quarterly updates. We're going to always start with the quarterly updates on whatever department brings them to us, and then move on to other items. I just wanted to give you all a heads up that was what we talked about at agenda committee meeting. And if it's necessary to bring a COVID-19 item back to the agenda, we will immediately place it on an agenda. So, Mr. City Manager, did you want to add anything on this particular item?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I don't need to add anything. I think the materials that Dr. Cullen sent out were distributed to your office and to the council members. So happy to answer questions. I've got staff here if needed. Thanks, Mayor.
And I just wanted to remind everyone that there are free rapid antigen testing at the Abrams Public Health Center at 3950 South Country Club Road. Many times, Pima County Health Department distributes self-testing at their local libraries, so the community can take advantage of those opportunities. And of course, if you test positive for COVID, call your healthcare provider, or you can call the Pima County Health Department at 520-724-7895 to find out if you are eligible to receive antiviral medication to prevent serious illness. So as always, COVID is still around. We are still seeing numbers of COVID spread. And so please make sure that if you feel symptoms, you stay home, you get tested, and then report it to the Pima County Health Department. On a separate but related note, I wanted to congratulate Dr. Teresa Cullen for being nominated as the Arizona Department of Health Services Director. she still has to go through the appointment process and be voted on by both the House and Senate. So that's going to be a process. We don't know what type of attitudes that the state ledge is going to take on the nominees of the governor, but I just wanted to take this moment to congratulate Dr. Teresa Collin. A loss for Pima County and Tucson, but a wonderful step for the Arizona Department of Health Services. With that, we move on
I
to,
echo the sentiment, Madam Mayor. Echo the same sentiment. Dr. Cullen's been an outstanding individual. I'd like to send a letter congratulating her also.
thank you for adding your voice to that, Councilmember Fimbres, and I know all my colleagues feel the same way. Are there any other questions, additional comments? Anyone want to add to this? Alrighty, let's move on to item 4, One Water 2100 Master Plan.
Time is reserved for staff to provide mayor and council with a summary of the community engagement component of Tucson Water's One Water 2100 master planning process.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, this is an opportunity for you and the council members to hear what our community engagement process has been to date on our 2100 water plan, master plan. So we would like to get any feedback you have. We'll continue to keep you up to date and in the know, but this is our opportunity to do that. So with that, I'll turn it over to the Director, John Kamik.
Great. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of council. This item is to give another update on the One Water 2100 plan. This plan has been going on for several years now, and we do have a presentation, a quick one that I'll give on this portion where we're at today, which is the community engagement campaign that's been going on. So next slide. Thank you. So this icon, hopefully many of you have been seeing this now, and members throughout our community have been seeing this. This water resources plan, or this water plan, is unique from what we've done in the past because we are looking at a one water planning scenario in this where all water in our community has value, whether that is the surface water we get from the Colorado River, groundwater, our traditional resource that we have in the area, recycled water, which we've been doing successfully for 40 years, and stormwater and rainwater harvesting, giving those all equal weight, that they are all part of our water portfolio in the Tucson Basin. Next slide. So the timeline for the planning effort that was embarked was pre-pandemic. It was back in 2019. So this has been a multi-year resource planning item. So during the first few years, we are developing the vision and the guiding principles for the plan, working predominantly with Tucson Water staff and mayor and council directly in those years. We developed future scenarios that reflected the community's concerns once we started reaching out to the community. And we also started doing the outcomes of scenario planning process in the more recent years with the public and getting feedback on the strategies for this water plan going forward. So now we're in the third phase of the four phases, which is the community engagement and adoption area. And we'd like to present some of our preliminary outcomes during the middle of this campaign, which we are actively in. So some of the deliverables that we will have and will eventually be part of the plan moving forward is to develop the community engagement plan, which have the goals, objections, and activities, solidify stakeholders and audience throughout the community that are going to participate and have participated in this plan. Coming up with consistent content management and branding for this, since this is a plan that we're going to have for many years. We want to make sure that the community recognizes it. Stakeholder engagements, we did a series of one-on-one interviews as well as strategy workshops and other requested presentations for any of those groups that wanted to have some one-on-one engagement to learn more about the plan and participate. And lastly, the community engagement portion, which includes a major town hall kickoff, a mailing list newsletter, and outreach at other public events, and a strategy survey portion of that. Next slide. So some of the goals in the community engagement campaign were many. Make sure that we got broad feedback truly reflective of our diverse community, increased the awareness of the One Water approach for this plan, since it will live for many years. Build on the outcomes that we're seeing in our scenario plan, as well as identifying strategies and mitigation options that this mayor and council and the community would like Tucson Water to be engaged in for the future to meet the needs of to meet the goals of the plan, and a prioritization framework and those strategies how to get there. Next slide. Next slide. One more. There we go. So the main focus or the main kickoff of our public engagement campaign was a town hall that we did at the TCC on August 16th of last year. It was well attended by, we believe, over 300 or close to 300 attendees from throughout the community. It was covered on news outlets like KOLD, KGUN, and Arizona Public Media. 467 views of the meeting took place through YouTube format, as well as 1,465 views on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So it was very well attended. And next slide. Some of the outreach metrics from what we've been doing after. I see everybody sees the duck. Everybody loves the duck. The duck is going to stay for a while. The kids love the duck. Some of the outreach metrics in the last several months in this fall. Over 3,500 unique visitors to the TucsonOneWater.com website, which has been set up specifically for this outreach. We've had over 1,700 responses, 2,500 subscribers to the mailing list so they can keep track of what's going on. We've had stakeholder workshops and interviews to talk about conservation, scenario planning, water supply, other interviews with stakeholders, as well as speaker bureau presentations and community events. All the materials related to One Water 2100 have been translated into Spanish to make sure that everyone in our community has an opportunity to participate. We've had a strategy survey is currently going, and that is to get more feedback related to the plan, as well as an open survey that we are using. The strategy survey is a statistically significant survey that we've contracted with a professional firm to do that, to ensure that members throughout our community in all the diverse backgrounds were able to be reached out to and given their feedback on our plan. And then we've been actively getting informal surveys through the website that we've been marketing for the last month or so to just gauge anybody in the community who is interested in our plan going forward. So that's over 700 from those surveys as well. Next slide. Just a map where a lot of the community of outreach events have taken place across the community. And next slide. Some of the early survey informational surveys we ran in August through November, we had 222 responses. Some of the interesting things that we saw as an outcome from the survey, 86% of people knew that Tucson Water customers have some of the lowest water consumption rates in the desert Southwest. So that was very exciting for us to see, can have that confirmed that our community has always been very water knowledgeable, and the surveys results are already starting to show that. 72% knew that Tucson Water has stored significant amounts of Colorado River for the future. Another great statistic there as well. 54% knew Tucson Water came from multiple sources, majority identifying Colorado River as a primary source. Water supply and demand ranked among the top challenges in the future, followed closely by system resilience, the understanding that investment in infrastructure is important to maintaining our water system. Another key item is conservation is always a top term used by Tucsonans when talking about the future of water. And then most respondents agreed or strongly agreed that information provided by Tucson Water helps them understand the plan for Tucson Water's future. So what are our next steps and what do we have coming up? The community engagement campaign is wrapping up. We'll start to put together this new information on that. Then staff with our consultants will be working on the draft plan this spring. Eventually that'll go to CWAC for their review and comment as a draft plan, and then we will bring mayor and council a draft plan at the end of the process, probably closer to this summer. We'll all have an opportunity to comment on that, with final adoption to happening late in the fall, early winter of 2023. So, Honorable Mayor, members of council, that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Any of my colleagues have comments, questions? Councilmember Dahl.
John, a fabulous report on great public engagement. Thank you. What stood out for me was in the informal survey, conservation was the top term, and that makes sense to me so much. On all of the 4 sources of water we're talking about, conservation, wise use, not using water wastefully or for silly reasons is a direction that we need to go on all 4. I'm interested in the connection between the climate change plan, which we've seen a fairly final version that came out yesterday, because there is a strong connection, and since these 2 planning processes are going on separately, it seems like water will have to do a little catch-up. And there's strong connections. Water takes a lot of energy, and energy unfortunately uses fossil fuels until we switch that over. And which water we choose, recycled water takes more energy than groundwater perhaps, or I don't even know. CAP, tremendous amount of energy getting that water here. Rainwater, it falls into our laps. The energy is in setting up the infrastructure to use it. And so I'll put this in the form of a question. How are you going to integrate the Water One plan with the climate change, with our Tucson resiliency plan?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Dahl. The planning team that Tucson Water has been using for the One Water planning they are also working in part of the climate change. They've been with that group and keeping up with them. So you're absolutely right. When we're looking at the climate change, it is going to involve a lot of energy usage out there and a lot of our infrastructure and how that all gets done. But our teams have been working together jointly on that. So these planning efforts should be well aligned once they're both finalized.
Any others? Any questions, comments? Well, I just wanted to note that yesterday in Governor Hobbs' State of the State speech at the TCC, she did talk about what the state could do to create much more resiliency in water resources in the state of Arizona, which made me very happy to hear. Active management areas is one of the things that she wants to push forward. And then what type of safeguards can be added to pumping groundwater throughout the state of Arizona when there is no active management areas. So I was very happy to hear that she's paying close attention, that she's bringing other concepts to the table on it. My question is, in addition to aligning the climate action plan with One Water 2100, how are we aligning our existing drought preparedness plan with One Water 2100?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Yeah, that's a good question. So when we get to the final stages of the plan, drought is a big focus on the water resources, and it's a big concern on a lot of the stakeholders in the interview process. So that will be brought up in there about acquiring additional surface water supplies if CAP is not available, the other options like that, the utilization more of recycled water. So drought is a common theme that we're seeing with the stakeholders, and so it'll be integrated into the plan.
That's great. And then one of the other concepts that we talked about, want to make sure that we're sticking to it and moving in that direction, as we're using our Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action Plan, are we also adding the One Water 2100 plan to our Plan Tucson? So in other words, are we melding it all in and putting it for consideration for the voters of Tucson?
Honorable Mayor, yeah, my understanding is all the planning documents from whether it's the Climate Action Plan, the Move Tucson Plan, and now the One Water 2100 Plan will all be a compilation that moves into the Plan Tucson program.
And John, are you happy with the type of engagement we're done? Have you been hearing any feedback, input from the community regarding having more opportunity for engagement or any other input that you can share with us?
On the One Water 2100 plan, we've had multiple consultant services as part of this multi-year step, and so our outreach plan was very well defined, and we were getting a lot of participation. We continue to get a lot of participation today, and the interest of water amongst our community stakeholders is always high. So the level of participation when you ask people to participate is always high. So we get good responses across the board from our community partners as well. So yes.
Excellent. Any others? All righty, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the work and help and forward thinking on this item. Thank you, and thank your team as well. Item 5, water and ESG/SD fees.
Time is reserved to discuss the proposed water and environmental services rate and fee increases that are scheduled for public hearings on this evening's regular meeting agenda.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We're going to break this presentation up into two parts. The first one will be water, and the second will be environmental services. As we go through, there is no action during the study session. Both of these items are on the agenda for later this evening as a public hearing, and we will be asking for direction and action after that. I think that the difficulty, and it's interesting as this conversation has evolved, the difficulty is understanding the magnitude of what we have in terms of fees that have not been addressed over many, many years, and that's across the board. I think that what I've heard from most of you is making sure that we keep pace with cost and all the things that go along with that. So I have committed to continuing that effort beyond this year. Both plans have multi-years or multi-year components to them. That's by design. But it also gives you an opportunity on an annual basis to get a report, and we will certainly let you know how that's going. So I'm going to turn it over first to John, then to Carlos, and then I'll come back and make some closing remarks, Mayor, and then we'll open it up to questions if that's okay. So go ahead, John.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Honorable Mayor, members of council members, first I'll discuss the water rate portion of this, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. De La Torre. So on the water rate side, we started this several months ago, back in the winter, spring of last year, and that included an update to our 5-year financial plan. On that, from that financial plan update, we then worked on a cost of service model and then an eventual rate design of proposed rates that help meet the needs of the utility for the next several years. So on October 18th of last year, we did the notice of intent here at council. That started the 60-day process for the review of the rate plan. So during that process, besides the statutory requirements for public notifications, there were multiple attempts to provide information to the public that were either initiated in town halls in the very early days after the adoption of the NOI, social media posts, and then more recently a joint live event on 3 platforms last week. So just to summarize the water side of the rate plan moving forward, we had proposed a 5.5% across the board over the next 4 fiscal years, starting July 1st, 2023, and then 24, 25, and 26 to be implemented. That included on the general rate plan, and includes a borrowing of $60 million to supplement the CIP program for the next 3 years. Our CIP will be running over the next 3 years, or next 4 years, between 85 and could be up to $95 million during that time frame. The overall expected change under the plan would be our revenues would go from about $250 million anticipated to approximately $305 million by fiscal year 27. A lot of the increasing inflationary costs that are affecting people across the country also affect the utility services like water. So those increasing costs are in materials, labor, chemical deliveries for the treatment of water, and all those things that are associated with water, and electrical costs, natural gas costs in particular as well. Those are fluctuating as we speak. In addition to requesting the general across the board rate increases, we have a cap surcharge that is also on our bill, also known as the cap water resources fee. We're proposing that would go from 70 cents a CCF, which is our unit of measure, to $1 a CCF effective in February 13th of 2023, so a month from now, if adopted tonight. So, and that's all due from conversation we've had in past, the rising cost of CAP water going up, and if there's not CAP water available, the rising cost of just water resources in general, if we have the opportunity to buy other resources on the market. With this plan, the Citizens Water Advisory Committee has recommended this plan months ago to go forward as written, and as presented. They also have provided a letter of support in the package as well. So if the plan is adopted as presented, the change in the average single-family residential customer using HCCF will go from $41.04 in calendar year '23 to $53.08 by calendar year '27. So that's roughly $12 a month increase over at the end of the 4-year cycle of the rate plan. And as a reminder, the green stormwater infrastructure fee and the conservation fee were not touched in this rate proposal. Those are two separate funds that may come back at some later date. And I'll turn it over to Mr. De La Torre.
Before we go to that presentation, are there any questions on the presentation on water? Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, as long as we're going to separate them, I think that's wise. I just have two questions on the CWAC recommendations, numbers 3 and 4. One, they recommend issuing a $60 million revenue bond for capital improvement. What do you have envisioned for that? In terms of what the projects are going to be. And secondly, use fund balance over the 5-year period, $30 million to help mitigate the need for more immediate increases. Give us kind of a general overview of what the health of your fund balance is, what that $30 million looks like in terms of what you have in the kitty right now.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, that is a recommendation for the debt service or the soliciting of debt. I don't know that we are to the point where we would make that call today. We think that there's other options, but that certainly is an opportunity for us. Keeping in mind that with the rating agency changes, that does help in terms of the interest rate, but unfortunately the market is much higher than it was a couple of years ago. So it may not be favorable for us to go down that path. We'll make that recommendation and ultimate determination with you down the road.
So what we're voting on tonight does not include numbers 3 and 4.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, Vice Mayor Kozachik, that's correct.
Okay.
This is just the rates.
Any other questions? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you. Councilmember Finber submitted some questions, and his question number 5 about the definition of rate resiliency. I just need some clarification. It was answered that to make the system more resilient, so that you know that you have better a regular income, Tucson Water has gradually increased the percentage of revenue generated from fixed monthly service rather than the amount of water used. And it also says, and shifting residential revenue recovery from blocks 3 and 4, which are the two highest blocks, to blocks 1 and 2, which are people are using less water, which is where people who don't have a lot of money generally live. So I just wanted a clarification about that, and a question, is that equitable?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Dahl. Yeah, the rate resiliency portion of that general industry practice for water and wastewater utilities is to have a minimum of at least 30% of your revenue related to fixed revenue. So that would be the monthly service charge. That's the way it goes. We've been under that 30% mark. So this rate plan takes us from about 27% and creeps us slowly to that 30%. And that gives a good signal to our lending agencies on the rate resiliency and the standard of that on that. So that's why this is slight adjustment on the monthly service charge is for that. And then the second question, yeah, because we do see people shifting, there's still a conservation signal that's out there. So more people are still coming out of blocks 3 and 4 into blocks 1 and 2 as well. So that could affect the revenue as more conservation takes place. So having that 30% marker for fixed incomes gives that general overall revenue stability.
Thank you. I was misunderstanding that you were moving revenue from that class of block, but you're not. It's just that you're
People are
indicating
coming out of
that
it.
they're coming out of it on
Right,
their own.
exactly.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for John? Alrighty. Let's move on to Carlos. Go ahead. Before you start, Carlos.
Sorry
Councilmember
about that.
Cunningham has a question.
John, I know this is a really fluid question, and it's really open-ended because all kinds of different jurisdictions are making movement on this. But Can we get an estimation on where we rank with other jurisdictions for especially those first 8 CCFs? And I know we're not charging the highest on those first 8 CCFs, probably even 10. And I wanted to know if you had like a ballpark. Are we in the middle? Are we on the higher end, lower end? Where are we at?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. The last time I looked at the comparables throughout the region, I would say we're still below the median for other utilities. The other utilities have been raising their rates actually through the COVID years where we took the pause on that. So like Marana and Oro Valley, I believe, still have average rates that are higher than Tucson.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, Carlos, thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, don't want to repeat a lot of the stuff that already John covered. So we essentially follow the same process in terms of really developing a cost of service model. That cost of service model basically projects roughly about a $6 million shortfall this coming year in terms of covering not only the residential customer, the landfill operations, and commercial accounts. We did essentially take this to our Environmental Services Advisory Committee for their recommendation. They did provide us a letter as well, they'll support really in terms of really the proposed rate adjustments. The proposed adjustments that are being proposed by the department are threefold. One, essentially adjustments to our residential rate. Since 2011, those fees have been essentially flat. And what we have seen is really, since revenue has stayed flat, what we have seen increases to our operating capital and fleet replacement costs is really getting to be very difficult really to continue to manage the operation. So our recommendation is really to transition or to make the adjustments to the residential rate from essentially from the typical 95-gallon container bin of $16.75, doing a one-time adjustment proposed effective date of February 13 of this year to essentially an even $20 a month. And then also with the recommended increase program for January 1st, 2024 of an additional essentially $3. So that would essentially make the rate, the residential rate, which includes the obvious once a week garbage pickup, every other week recycling, twice a year brush and bulky collection, the monthly HHW events throughout the community, neighborhood cleanups, and some of the illegal dumping. So there's a lot of the other programs that includes under that fee structure. The other proposed increase would be to make adjustments to our commercial collection services across the board, 10%. That includes essentially dumpsters, roll-offs, again, an even 10%. And finally, a rate adjustment to our landfill fees. Currently, for commercial customers that go in and dump at Los Reales Sustainability Campus, the current rate is $32 a ton. We're suggesting an adjustment of $3 and really making that rate or that fee of an even $35 per ton. One of the things that we don't propose to change would be what is called a self-hauler tipping fee. That is, if you clean your yard on the weekend, you want to take the stuff to Los Reales, you're assessed a fee of $15 per the first ton. We will remain that cost will remain the same, and really just to make sure that we didn't impact essentially that type of service. So with that, Mayor, that really that concludes my remarks. That's in a very brief outline. That is our proposed rate adjustments.
Thank you so much, Carlos. Really appreciate your presentation. Just the first question, and then I'll open up for my colleagues. How is our rate comparison? Can you talk to us as to where the city of Tucson fares in terms of residential rates within the state?
So, Mayor, members of the council, we essentially will continue to be one of the essentially lowest rates in the state with comparable cities. Our rates are fairly, I would say, affordable. One of the other things we got to consider too as well as the city has a very good program for low-income families. We provide them a credit of $12. So even with this set adjustment of $20 a month, residents, if they qualify for the program, they receive a $12 credit. So their essentially refuse bill that includes all the services would be $8 a month.
Okay.
So yes, we feel that even with the rate adjustments that are being suggested or proposed, we still will remain with comparable cities lower than most of those cities.
Alrighty. See Councilmember Cunningham jumping at wanting to ask you some questions, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
So I just wanted to thank Carlos. He did some research for me. He's being a little too modest. He actually did some research, and I followed up on it. We took a look at 15 cities in Arizona, 18 cities total. Right now, today, as we sit here, the lowest in all those 18 cities is us. We are by far, and it's not even close. I mean, there's one city in Arizona who has a monthly rate 4 times more than us. Some of these cities don't provide recycling. Some of these cities don't have a low-income program. Some of these cities do not offer brush and bulky. They offer like a bulk pickup once a month for an additional charge, or some of them do offer monthly pickup, but they don't. None of them does a comprehensive job with the low income the way we do. And so that's really important to point out. In this case, even with the raise to $20 a month, only 2 cities, Gilbert and Peoria is a whole different animal because they have some other fees from other utilities rolled into theirs, will be lower than us. And in Gilbert's case, it'll be by a big fat 97 cents a month. So it's not, and if you take a lower number of gallons on ours, we're still lower than them. We'll still be the lowest. So I think we're being very responsible here. And the crazy thing is that as he has these projections moving forward, and I'm not saying that we necessarily need to go down that road next year or not, but if we do, we'd still be lower than like 90% of the cities. So I think this is a pretty responsible move, and I'm going to support that move to $20 tonight. But I wanted to say it out loud because I don't think, we got some calls from our office saying, why are you doing this? And I said, we've got a pretty robust low-income program to backstop some of the folks that would get stung the most here. But secondly, we're like the lowest ones. And so I thought that got lost in some of the discussion in the local media. And I think it's important for us to kind of defend ourselves and say, we've been really responsible in making sure we control these rates so people aren't getting jammed up. But at the same time, we need our system to be of high quality. We need our system to be sustainable, and we need our system to have proper resources so that we can move forward on the renewable strategies that we're going to be adopting. So that's what I wanted to bring up. Carlos, well done, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Mr. Ortega, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I think going off of what Councilmember Cunningham was saying, I've said before that I think we have some of the lowest, environmental services rates in the state, and we generate a lot of trash in this community, and there should be more work on waste reduction. And I know that part of the sustainability campus is to have a more holistic look at the life cycle of items, that we purchase. But I would like to see more the way that we have had a plan for water conservation for a long time, to see more of waste reduction in our community. Because at the end of the day, we can't be surrounded by landfills in the city, and we're still dealing with the legacy of landfills by the Santa Cruz River. And so, more community planning around that. And so I'm not sure if that's something that is being discussed.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, that's the whole intent of really the zero waste roadmap, and that's really in line really with the climate action emergency resolution that council adopted, really putting those things in place, putting those measures in place really to be able to do that. So shortly we'll be coming back to the council and really presenting that plan that really allows all the different strategies for waste diversion and reuse, so that the council can consider and give us a little bit of direction on that in terms of really putting those programs in place, organics management, plastic management. So there's a lot of the stuff that is going to be in front of the council fairly soon in really putting a lot of those programs and policies in place as we move forward, really with the intent really to meet the goals outlined in the climate action resolution.
And I mean, you answered the question that I was going to ask. The zero waste plan is underway. I know that we're doing that. Can you talk to us a little bit more and talk to the public about why we have to consider a raise in rates and fees for environmental services, expenses, what's happening that is concerning us and that we have to get to a certain rate by 2024?
Sure. Mayor, members of the council. So if we look in, if we put things into perspective, so the last time that fees were adjusted was in 2011. So the essentially the money, the funds coming in to pay for the operation have essentially remained flat since then. Okay, but over the years, essentially costs have gone up over 11 years. And so what we have done as a department really looked at ways on how can we become to be more efficient, more effective. That increase gave us an opportunity really to invest, make some good decisions, and really make some investments. And one of them would be is really transitioning from really having diesel trucks to CNG trucks. And then that really alleviated in terms of not only the fuel costs, but also really gave a lot of hours wasted that were spent on fueling to be reallocated really for garbage collection. So that allowed us really to shrink ourselves, essentially allowed us really to shrink essentially the hours of operation that we used to work essentially 5 days a week. We still do, but essentially our workers, essentially our drivers were working five days a week. Now they're working 4 10s. It really created that efficiency in the department. So allowed us really to do a lot of the stuff and put a lot of stuff in place. We brought in essentially recycling. So there's a lot of things that we put in place. Over the years, we started seeing impacts not only in terms of really the cost of the tires, really the cost of the vehicles, really the labor costs that they started creeping on ourselves. And also the fuel prices, really not only, the impact was not on diesel, but really was impact on the resin that essentially is used really to manufacture our containers. So we have seen an increase on the containers anywhere between 30 to 50%. And so our approach really to be able to balance things over the past few years has been is let's reduce essentially the number of vehicles that we're buying every year, not only in terms of the collection equipment, the number of containers that we buy, really doing some sacrifices on the landfill equipment. So all of that stuff is really worked out well. We're getting to the point where we're getting nervous that if we start really making significant reductions to that, we're going to start really impacting the delivery of the services. We certainly don't want to compromise that, and we want to make sure that we continue to really provide those services to the community. And what one of the things we don't want is really say, yeah, we're going to pick up garbage that particular Tuesday, but we don't know until what time on Tuesday. And so we certainly want to make sure that we provide this because, one, equipment is down, and that's really what really the whole premise is. Got to make sure that we stay on top of really of those vehicle replacement, and really continue to be very competitive in terms of wages, make sure that we got the right folks in place. So it really becomes to be a combined front, and not only in terms of really the actual garbage collection activities, but also our mechanics, our tools, our shops. That really becomes to be a holistic approach on ensuring that we have the adequate resources to continue to maintain the existing level services and really be prepared really to embark on new programs, new systems that essentially we need to get ourselves prepared for that.
Thank you, Carlos. I know, Mr. Ortega, you want to add something.
I do, Mayor. Thank you. I wanted to touch on two things that I think are important for you to think about and consider. Number one, there's never a good time to increase or make a proposal to increase fees. There just isn't. And I think the leadership that you all demonstrated during the pandemic and really recognizing the uncertainty that we all lived through at that time was true leadership. And you focused your attention on the pandemic and all the things that went along with that. But the second part of that was really, as the staff, focusing on efficiencies and effectiveness of service. And as Carlos just outlined, I think that you know the absolute efficiencies that we've implemented on a variety of fronts. And I think that's everything from challenging our vehicle and equipment replacement program to our closure funds to all of these different pieces. It's hard to have a conversation around fees, but I will tell you that I am confident that we have explored how best to do it, as Councilmember Cunningham mentioned in his remarks. I mean, we're still very, very low and competitive there. But ultimately, it's about the value. It's the value of that service, and I'm absolutely confident in my recommendation for you to consider. Last thing I'll mention is I know that there has been question about the notices and the opportunity for people to weigh in on this. I have looked at that myself. I feel confident and comfortable that we have provided adequate notice. Tonight is another opportunity for people to weigh in on this so that they understand what the thought process is as well as some of the detail. I have looked at it. In terms of consistency, I will tell you that because of the way we did it, there were some obvious differences in the way we approached notices for different fees. But this is a good opportunity for us to recognize that we should be more consistent in the conversations around these types of decisions. So I just wanted to give you that level of comfort. I did look at it. I've looked at both issues. I'm confident in making my recommendation, and we'll look for some direction tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. I know that Councilmember Fimbres has his hand up, and then Councilmember Lee, but I did want to insert an idea here for all of us to at least think about. I would like for us not to take any decisions right now because we still have public hearings in the regular meeting. It is always hard to talk about rate increases and fee increases for the services that the city of Tucson provides our residents. I'm thinking a little bit about the possibility of a mild recession next week, and the cost of everything has gone up. And so, I absolutely understand that we need to take this step with water specifically because, you know, we're in a drought, water is costing us more, and we need to be able to pay for the services that we provide. With environmental services, I absolutely understand why we need to ask for a service increase as well. We are asking the department to do so much more than that the role that it had 4 years ago to the role that environmental services has today. It is so much more and robust, right? It's EGSD is playing an important role in our zero waste master plan, in our climate action and adaptation plan. There's so many exciting things that we can do to reuse and reduce in our environmental sustainability campus. Just putting it out there, the possibility of, instead of doing a $3 increase this year and a $3 increase in 2024, just think if there's a possibility of doing a $2 increase this year and then to the next and then to the next. It gets us to the same place, but it kind of smooths out the increase just on the residential. Everything else would remain the same, but on the residential, it would take a little bit longer just to smooth out that increase into the future. Just something for you all to consider. With that, Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Carlos and John, what is the breakdown by ward of customers on EGSD's low-income program? And what is low-income programs? Now we're getting the message out to our community. Many of my people don't have computers, Wi-Fi. They don't understand it. They are still on landline. So how do we get the message out to them? Monolingual also population. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Carlos, John.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, our numbers is roughly, customers are essentially qualified for the program, around 4,300 customers that take part of that program. Certainly, I think we can do a lot better, and there's room for improvement for us really to be to do more outreach and really provide that service and communicate the service to the underserved populations. We can certainly do that. It can do a better job on that. I don't have it broken down in terms of really the how that assistance is basically spread out throughout essentially the city. Let us look into that and see if we can provide you that information. I don't have it in our fingertips today, but we can certainly provide that information to the council in the near future.
Thank you, Carlos. John?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, the breakdown for low-income funding with the Tucson Water people who have signed up is roughly over 4,800 customers have been part of our low-income assistance program. In the ward breakdown of that is Ward 1, 852, Ward 2, 356, Ward 3, 398, Ward 4, 541, Ward 5, 1,253, Ward 6, 412, and then we have around 1,000 customers that are outside the city limits because we do have the low-income assistance for all Tucson Water customers available. That's another 1,000 there. We do advertise our low-income assistance program as much as we can, and we've made it easier over the last 12 months for other people to sign up for the program, especially during the COVID years when we made those adjustments so they can come on. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Amen, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Thank you, John. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I totally support, and it's very understandable why we need to raise our rates, especially for environmental services. One of the things that I'm hoping we can talk about, Carlos, is Mike kind of touched on it about the value that we provide to the community. And as we increase rates, it would be really cool if we could think about additional simple, effective ways to add more value to kind of go along with those rates. And I'm just thinking about the fact that we have a neighborhood recycling drop-off center in our parking lot of the ward, and by the end of the weekend, it is overflowing and onto the ground, because I believe it's the only recycle drop-off we have on the east side. So, Paul, all your folks come over with the recycle, because we know that Tucson is a very recycling-focused community. So I just want us to think about additional ways we can add value, maybe work with the ward offices, because I'm sure we all have examples of things that we could do to provide additional value to the community as a result of these additional fees. Thank you.
Any others? Vice Mayor?
Yeah. Three different directions on this. First of all, we haven't adjusted the ESPs in 11 years, and all the costs have increased, and they're continuing to go up, and we continue to add scope, as several people have mentioned. So I'm going to completely support the residential rates as soon as possible. So residential is one point. Commercial, though, even the 10% rate increase, we're significantly below what the commercial haulers are charging, significantly below. For example, Republic is charging $40 to $50 a ton for their commercial, plus a trip fee. So if they go to a particular business 3 times a week, that's 250 times 3 plus $40 or $50 a ton. Our 10% commercial increase doesn't even cover our costs. So I think we need to take a stronger look at what we're charging from a commercial standpoint. We're not going to be losing customers. They're not going to pay twice what they're paying now to jump ship and go to Republic or Waste Management. We're still undercutting them, and we have a better chance of covering Carlos's costs if we increase the commercial rate. The final point, though, is this. We're in a contract right now with Republic that is doing nothing but fattening their bank account while we're struggling to cover our own costs. They have had 6 amendments to their contract in the last 11 years, every one of which has done nothing but further fatten their kitty, while Carlos's operation is again struggling to cover their costs. We are charging them $22 a tip fee out at the landfill, but if you back out our operations costs and the cost for covering the land, or for rehabilitating landfills, that nets out to about $15. They're charging us $49 processing fee out at the MRF, but if you add in their revenues, they're netting out about $140 per ton. That's 15 versus 140. Now, I understand that this is a different conversation because we're in a contract with Republic, but we're increasing our rates. We're increasing our rates to cover our costs and they had record earnings last year. Republic had record earnings last year. Our residents and our businesses are subsidizing a Fortune 100 company. And I know that we're in the situation right now where we're sort of in limbo with them in terms of extending their contract. But they're charging customers double what we're charging them. We could double our rates for them and they'd still be making money hand over fist. They participate in predatory practices in the marketplace where they're undercutting some of the small haulers, and we had this conversation a few years ago while we were talking about they wanted us to decrease their tip fees, and we said, no, we're not doing that. If you want to spend $150 million and go open up your own landfill, knock yourself out, they didn't do it. They blinked. We said, no, we're not doing that. They wound up running a couple of small haulers out of business in the interim. And so we're not even covering our costs. We're not covering the costs associated with shutting down a landfill. I think we need to get real about the conversation we're having with Republic. There's a company called Balcones, or Balcones, B-A-L-C-O-N-E-S. They just signed a 10-year deal with the city of Phoenix for $158 million to take over for Republic, to take over their MRF. So Republic's not the only player in the market. And so, yes, increase our local residential, yes, and I'd say increase the commercial by more than the 10%. But when we get around to this whole conversation with Republic, it's not even close to being equitable in terms of what they are charging our customers, their customers, the businesses in this community, and what we are charging them. They're making money like hand over fist out of the landfill, and we're subsidizing them. So they're a Fortune 100. We're increasing just to be able to keep our head above water. And so when we get around to this contract conversation, I know we're in the middle of it right now, I suggest we bring them to the table and say, you guys want to walk on your contract? Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out the door, because we'll call Balcones and we'll sign a contract with them tomorrow.
So with that, Your Honor,
Councilmember Cunningham.
I'd like to make a motion that we schedule an executive session to review Republic's contract.
Do you need a motion? I don't think you need a motion, just direction.
Mayor, based on the conversation, we'll bring this back probably at the next meeting, if that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll put it on as an executive session, and then we'll work on some language for coming out of that, but we'll just do it. I don't think we need a motion for that.
Yeah, I don't think you need a direction to bring an executive session to talk about it is really important, because I think that we do need to compare what we have versus what the city of Tucson just got themselves into. But I also want to make sure that we are talking about organics, that we are talking about recycling, and what are the options that the city of Tucson has in terms of using our own methane gas. I mean, it is a big conversation. As I said earlier, I think that environmental services is doing much, much more for the past 3-4 years than, that you've been doing before. So I think it would be fine to just give direction to bringing an executive session and review what we still have to do, the decisions that we have to make.
Mayor, a couple of things. We're happy to do that, and we will schedule that accordingly for the next meeting. Councilmember Kozachek, or excuse me, Vice Mayor Kozachek, it's going to take me a little while to get used to that. Vice Mayor Kozachek mentioned potentially increasing the 10%. We have advertised it at 10%. So what I would suggest is, if that is of interest to you, that we proceed with the 10% now and then bring back a more robust conversation about the commercial rates in the future. Keep in mind that we do have a recommendation for it to be annually, for the next couple of years. The last thing I'll leave you with is, Mayor, we can absolutely consider a transition over 3 years. I think that we've advertised it adequately so that we can do that. You mentioned 2, 2, and 2. What I would suggest is that it be 2.25, 2 and 2, because it was $6.25. But certainly we'll run the numbers during the break and make sure that if that's where the mayor and council would like to go, we'll be ready for that discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
The other comment that I had, Mr. Ortega, is that there shouldn't be a reason why we go 10 years without analyzing the needs and the expenses versus the revenue. And so we really have to, as Tucson Water has been doing, I think that every single department should be evaluating their revenue versus expenditure and adjust every other year depending on what is happening with their needs and with their budgets. I think it's a good idea to, as Tucson Water has been doing for decades, like, get the community prepared with, hey, everything is costing more. We're paying more for diesel, we're paying more for health insurance, we're paying more for costs of operations, employee rate increases, compensation, public liability, all of the responsibilities that we have as a city, but do it in a regular basis so that 11 years doesn't go by without us, and getting to this point where it is a place of dire need. So that would be my recommendation moving forward. Any other input, feedback, questions, observations from my council? Alrighty, thank you so much. Really appreciate your presentations. Next item, item 6. This item has been scheduled to allow mayor and council to continue the discussion on the franchise agreement with Tucson Electric Power. Mr. Ortega, do you want to give us a background? And I know that City Attorney Rankin is also available to add to the conversation and answer questions. So, Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, members of council, it's actually going to be Mike Rankin, the conversation, and I'll add to it, but I'll start off. This is an ongoing discussion that we've had a few times in front of you. Ultimately, and just kind of in summary, what is before you is consideration for the approach to a new updated franchise agreement. A decision does not need to be made today in terms of the election. However, should you choose to give us direction or you're thinking about May as a potential election date, we would need to have the language to bring back to you on the 24th for a final decision. There's two basic components to the consideration that's in front of you. One is an increased fee of specifically earmarked at this point for undergrounding, and we've given you the materials and the background on that. And the second is an update to the franchise agreement. There were some pieces that the franchise agreement either didn't cover or just were archaic and we needed to update. So those are the two basic pieces that are in front, and then obviously whether the mayor and council would like to pursue an election in May. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike for a little more detail on some of the specific questions that you all had.
Thank you, Mike. Mayor, members of the council. Really, all I have to add to that is that, and this is described in the materials as well, that the proposed amendments to the franchise agreement include a couple other revisions. First, we would use the opportunity to get rid of some archaic and arcane language in the existing franchise. Remember, these are typically 25-year agreements, so this one that is currently in effect was approved and went into effect back in 2001. So some of the language in that franchise agreement really doesn't apply anymore, and references tariffs that have been changed and things like that. So we would use the opportunity to clean those things up. With respect to the additional 0.75%, the manager already described that as part of the proposal to generate a new revenue source that at the current time is proposed to be used for application against the costs associated with undergrounding. But as was discussed at the last study session, that the eligible uses for that fund could be expanded. And so we would want to hear feedback from the council, the mayor and council on that issue. An additional issue we would want to address through amendments to the franchise would be to help reduce what we call ghost poles, so abandoned poles that are no longer in use by the utility but may have some other users on them. And so we've inserted some provisions that would give us the ability to compel the removal of those poles, to reduce some of the visual clutter that they create out in the public rights of way. We also have some terms that we've reached agreement on with TEP relating to the installation of EV charging stations to be located within the city rights of way, so that we could establish a planning process that would involve the city and ultimately the city's approval for how those types of facilities would be installed within our public rights of way. I know that as part of the discussion last time and in the interim from the last meeting until now, sort of centered around the question of what is a franchise agreement and how do they work? And fundamentally, a franchise agreement is the mechanism under which a utility enjoys the ability to locate facilities in the city's rights of way, in the public rights of way within the city limits, for the purpose of the distribution of its services to the public. And in this case, of course, with TEP, it's the distribution of electrical service to the public and the conditions that apply to their use of the right-of-way to carry out that service. Our charter doesn't provide a lot of detail about what the scope of a franchise agreement can be or should be. It does describe the franchise as being authorized to include regulations that require the uniform, convenient, and adequate service to the public of this, in this case, of electricity, to require reasonable extensions of the service to our community within the city limits, regulations necessary to protect the public from danger or harm, and regulations to ensure that comfort and the convenience of the public are met through the franchise agreement. State law really doesn't add a lot to this description either of what the scope of a franchise is. It does make clear that a franchise requirements apply to the distribution of electrical service as opposed to the generation of electrical service. So through the franchise, we're not regulating the generation of power, we're regulating the distribution of power through our public rights of way. A few other legal parameters just to keep in mind that flow both from our charter and from state law, and we've gone over these a couple of times. Any franchise agreement for utility is non-exclusive, meaning it gives them the rights to be in the rights of way, but it doesn't exclude the granting of the same privilege to other utilities that might want to compete, or our own use of the public rights of way for those purposes. Any franchise agreement does require a voter approval, so it has to go to the ballot, and that's part of the question in terms of timing that is presented through these discussions. The term of a franchise agreement cannot exceed 25 years. Doesn't have to be for a full 25 years, but in no event can it exceed 25 years before you have to go back to the voters for a new approval. A franchise agreement can require the payment by the utility of a franchise fee. And so ours does, and you've seen in the materials what the proposal is in terms of the adjustment of that fee from 2.25% to 3%. And finally, the legal framework is such that a franchise can't change, a city can't use a franchise agreement to somehow modify or override the authority that's provided to the Arizona Corporation Commission under the Arizona Constitution and Arizona statutes. And so based on that, we couldn't use a franchise agreement, for example, to override or dictate the rate decisions that are made to and approved by the ACC. I know that there is an interest in understanding what other components, for example, some of your initiatives in the city's climate action and adaptability plan could be incorporated into the franchise. And the shortish answer I have to that question is that if the condition or the term that you might be interested in inserting into or incorporating within the franchise agreement If that invades the authority or province of the ACC, then it's not something we can do. If it doesn't, and if it's something that we're able to negotiate with TEP to agree to and put in the franchise, then we should be able to include it within the franchise. One example I would give you is that, I think you're all familiar with that, the ACC has rulemaking authority with respect to interconnection, and including interconnection relating to interconnection agreements, rooftop solar, et cetera. So to the extent an issue relating to interconnection is regulated or dictated through the ACC tariffs, then we can't override that through the franchise. But I do think that the franchise agreement could be the vehicle for including provisions to facilitate the expansion, for example, of rooftop solar, or the ability to interconnect into the system. So with that answer, I would just suggest that if you do have specific issues that you would like to see included within the franchise agreement beyond what's already been described, that's what the discussion should focus on, so that we can get to work on that with TEP. And if the desire is even to consider an election, a ballot measure being in front of the voters in May, we could hear those things now to see if there's a feasible way to incorporate them into the proposed agreement, so that could be brought back on the 24th. Because that really would be our last opportunity to make a decision whether to put a ballot measure on in May.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. A couple of things. I know that the city of Tucson already receives a 2.25% franchise fee, which generates about $13 to $14 million annually. In the current franchise agreement, we have a public benefits fee that the city can appropriate 1/9 of the fee revenues for low-income assistance, undergrounding, and renewable energy incentives. That particular public benefits fee, is it separate from the 2.25 and the proposed 0.75 fee?
Mayor, that is part of the 2.25, so it's a portion of the revenues that are generated under the underlying fee.
Okay, so it would be under the 2.25. The general practice that the city of Tucson and mayor and council have been doing for the past as long as I can remember, is using that $13-14 million and putting it directly to the general fund. I guess my question is, since I want to look at it all together, right? I want to look at this fee and the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, what we have been doing traditionally with this fee, and the possibility of looking at, what can we do with our renewable energy incentives? What can we do weatherization programs? Can we use the funds that we currently receive, and dedicate some of that to renewable energy incentives and or weatherization programs that help low-income residents with their fees? I understand that part of the reason why we started this discussion to begin with was because, we have residents that want to see undergrounding. And I support that, and I understand that. There are some areas of our city where the residents pay much more attention to their surroundings and demand that much more from the city of Tucson and TEP. And I understand we're a beautiful desert city with gorgeous mountains and pristine desert landscapes. At the same time, we have increasing needs for electrification. One of the needs that we have as a community is moving away from fossil fuels like gas and diesel to electric vehicles. And so there are competing interests that we have in front of us, and we want TEP to continue growing, to be able to electrify. But we are also very conscious, and this mayor and council wants to make sure that we that we do receive as much electricity from TEP from renewable energy. And so I would love to be able to see the franchise agreement that the University of Arizona put together with TEP, because the University of Arizona is requiring TEP to get to 100% renewable energy provided to the University of Arizona by 2050. And so I wonder if we, the city of Tucson, could get to that type of language in our franchise agreement. So I would love to explore that, and if that could possibly happen. I also want to, talk amongst all of us what that public benefit fee can be and what it can mean to our own climate action plan in terms of having a dedicated source for our climate, to fund our climate action plan. My one question, a couple of questions. I know that traditionally franchise agreements are about 25 years. Is there a possibility of having a 10-year franchise agreement? Can we build reviews, 2-year reviews, so that this new advisory council can be reviewing what's the technology, what's happening, and then giving the mayor and council advice as to what we should be doing with our mutual agreement with TP. And then the other question is, how do we ensure that community plays a part in this conversation? If we were to have an election in May, we, the mayor and council, have to make that call the next meeting in January. Does that give us enough time to be able to listen to what the community needs or wants? Or can we do that as, representatives of our different wards and our citizens? Can we hear and distill what our community has to say and put it into the franchise agreement? Those are just questions, because those are the things that we're hearing coming from community, and just wanted you all to, you don't have to answer right now, but at least listen to what I'm hearing. Vice Mayor.
Thanks. Right now, the benefits section in 1/9 reads that those dollars may be used, and if we have specific areas that we want to dedicate them to, then we should change that in the franchise agreement to shall be, and then list off. Our material doesn't address, so I understand, Mike Rankin, what you said, is that there's certain things a franchise agreement can't do, and we're proscribed by state law. But our material doesn't address the notion of flexibility built into the use of the underground fee for emerging technologies. There's no language in there for that. It also doesn't indicate a willingness by TEP to include specific commitments to rooftop solar, measurable incentives, goals, timetables. That neither of those seem to me to step over the line in terms of getting into the ACC's jurisdiction. There's certainly things that if TEP has a mind to, they could include in a franchise agreement with the city. You also mentioned the EV charging station. There's language in our material that says that there are terms mentioned, but they're not really defined. So none of that's laid out in what we have. So I don't see how we can commit to a May election today. I just think that is just way too rushed for us to be able to for you to be able to sit down with TEP at the table and maybe flesh out more commitments in some of these areas. I mean, they've certainly heard, these are areas, all of us have articulated these things several times publicly and probably privately to them as well. So what we have is sort of a boilerplate of the existing agreement, jacking up the fee by 0.75% and then talking about ghost poles, but none of that other stuff is addressed yet.
Any others? Okay. Mr. Ortega.
Sure, Mayor. So barring specific language that you would like us to bring back, we would then take that as not bringing something for your consideration on January 24th for an election in May. So I'm sorry to push that, but if you do want the option of a May election, I'm going to have to bring back, but we are going to have to bring back some specific language for that. We can craft the language based on what's been submitted, but based on commentary that I've heard, there's still a question about, how that language would be outlined, and it has to be explicit at that point, is my understanding. So I just, again, wanted to make sure that there's clarity there, that yes, you do have until the 24th to make the final call, but we're going to have to bring something for you to make the final call on. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Dahl?
I'd like clarification about why we have to decide today and why language next time. Is it actually in the law, or is it because of the capacity of the city of Tucson, paper supplies, printing? That would help me decide whether I want to say, let's do it next year, give us plenty of time. That's a nice solution. TEP will have to spend more money for what they need to do if we do that. So I'm going back and forth in my mind.
Understood. Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, it's a bit of a combination of the two. Now, there are certain timelines that are driven by the state law and in our own charter in terms of publishing the proposed franchise agreement for not less than 30 days before the election. And there are some timelines that are built in terms of just when ballots go out and how much time they have to be available to the voters and things like that. For this particular type of election, though, the state law isn't as prescriptive on the timelines as some of the other items that we've had to address, because those other types of elections, for example, require the ability in a time period for pro-con arguments to be submitted, which is not a legal requirement for a franchise election. But in combination with those sort of bare legal requirement timeframes, it is driven more by the practical requirements of being in a position to actually administer an election and print the ballots, have the paper for the ballots, have time to mail the ballots, all of those things. That's really more, in this instance, driving the timeline such that the decision can't occur in February or later. The other legal is that when we call the election, we have to have the language that we're calling the question about. So we have to, at the time we call the election, know what the franchise agreement is actually going to say when it's sent to the voters.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you. Well, given that we don't have, there's no way we can put into 2 weeks the amount of public input and frankly, input from me and my colleagues to create a franchise that I could support. So I agree with postponing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm on a similar place that I want to get us to, and I want to be able to work with TEP to get us to where we can call a May election, but just the timing is so constricted. And to be honest with you, there are ideas in the community that are not realistic in terms of what we, the city of Tucson, can ask TEP for. And so if we rush, even if we know what we can do, there might be people out there that say, well, you could have demanded X or you could have demanded Y, but though that X and Y is not realistic of what we can ask as a jurisdiction from a utility wanting to use our right of way. And so I don't know, I'm conflicted because I want to get us there. I would much rather have an election in May than confuse it and have different ballots in the primary and the general. because we would have to have different ballots for a franchise agreement in a primary or general this year. That would make it very confusing and hard. And so, you know, I think that I would like to see what we could include and try and work towards having some language based on what you're hearing from my colleagues on the council either today or the rest of the week. But, you know, we can try and get there by the second meeting in January, but I don't know if we could possibly get there. So I don't know if my colleagues have any other input. Councilwoman Lee and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Well, just hearing everybody's concerns, and I'm just trying to think about what will it take for us to get to a decision, right? What information do we need to know? And it sounds like community input is really key, and I also know we can't tax a lot of city staff to do a whole nother big outreach thing. So I'm just thinking about, you know, do the ward offices coordinate with a small number of city staff and some people from TEP, and we just set up our own meetings? I mean, would that mean I would feel comfortable with that? But I'm just trying to think what we can provide you all in terms of direction and that we're comfortable with in terms of an outreach strategy. So I don't know if anything like that would be helpful. I don't know what it will take to get us there, but yeah.
Mayor, I think there's two pieces to the outreach. One is to help inform the conversations that the mayor and Councilmembers Dahl and Vice Mayor Kozaczek have suggested. There's ideas and comments in the community that need to be incorporated into this discussion. So that's one piece of it. The second piece is really what does the outreach look like going forward to make sure people know about this. And that's a conversation really that we would have with TEP. Well, TEP would be at the table for both of those discussions, but it's really a function of the election and the materials so that the voter is informed, and you absolutely can help with both. You know, I think that there is a role for the mayor and council on both of those pieces. So, but I do think we need to separate them out as we go forward with this discussion. So the ultimate goal is to provide language that's clear, that resonates with the voter, that would ultimately be successful at the ballot box.
Councilwoman, I'm thinking if there's a possibility of having TEP help us take the lead on community engagement with, in other words, instead of the city of Tucson taking the lead, it could be TEP taking the lead to inform with city of Tucson, you know, presence and help the other way around. That way we don't completely tax our staff, but there's an opportunity to have this back and forth in terms of, you know, this is what the community wants, and then have maybe someone there from the attorney's office saying, well, we can't do that, but we could do something like this. So, I don't know. Councilmember Cunningham?
There's a lot of good reasons why we should proceed. There's a lot of things we want to be methodical. I mean, we've all heard that, but here's the bottom line and the crux of where I'm at right now with this specific issue. Number one, to some degree, kudos to TEP for reaching out and being very methodical and making sure that they're trying to keep us informed and trying to meet us where we are. But with respect to this specific item, I will not be rushed. I just won't. It has to be right. And if I don't feel like I know it well enough, I'm not going to be ready to support it. So that's my biggest piece. I just don't want to feel rushed. And right now, I feel rushed. And it isn't anybody's fault. I know what they're trying. I get it. I know there's some things we're trying to do with respect to our current situation with this utility. And they, you know, I used to be the biggest TEP critic out there. So they're really trying earnestly to be a good partner. But I just don't want to be rushed in this situation. And that's the biggest thing right now. So if we can thread the needle, great. But, and there's some, obviously, and this is part of it, we've really got to get a better, we need to use this opportunity to really help some of our stakeholders understand what we can and can't do with respect to what the powers are with the ACC. In other words, we can't use, you said at the beginning of the discussion, we can't use the charter, we can't use the franchise agreement to circumvent the ACC's policy. So for me, I just don't want to be rushed. I want to find a way to make it work, but again, we've got to have it right. I've got to be comfortable. So that's kind of my thing. I think that everybody's trying to get there. There's so many different moving pieces to this. God forbid, oh my gosh, a complex issue in front of the city council. I'm confident we'll get there and we'll find what we're looking for. But again, I just don't want to feel rushed.
Okay, any others? I don't know if you have absolute marching orders, Mr. Ortega?
Mayor, yes, I think we do. Here's what I would suggest. We've heard some of the commentary. We will look at some language.
Okay.
I think the best thing to do is to present something to you on the 24th.
Yeah.
That tries to encapsulate what you've outlined here as best we can. We'll get that to you as quickly as we can, which will probably be next Monday or Tuesday. And then you look at it and weigh in on it. And then if we can tweak it between then and the 24th, then so be it. And if not, at least we gave it an effort to make sure that we've captured those comments and gives you the option. Otherwise, you have no option on it.
Yes.
And then you can make that call at that point. So that's my suggestion, Mayor.
And the only thing, Mayor, members of the council, that I would add to that is that if we're able to determine that our drop dead date, is a little bit later, so we'll just make sure that we've got our timeline correct.
Okay, and if there is a possibility of having some sort of engagement with community on behalf of DEP and or with our help on the possible language that we might be presented next week so that people can at least look at it and react to it, I would be open to that as well. Okay, alrighty, good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the update on that. We are moving to item 7, I believe. RTA next. Time has been set aside to continue the discussion on the development of the RTA sales tax extension plan. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, thank you. Members of the council, this is, I'll call it the ongoing conversation regarding the City of Tucson's list of projects and thoughts regarding RTA Next. We have had many conversations about this in the past at this table, talked about specific projects, concepts, et cetera. I will report to you that we did have an ad hoc TMC, Technical Management Committee meeting this morning with some members of the CAC. It was interesting, to say the least, to talk about some of the projects. There were no formal decisions made because it was not constituted apparently as a formal meeting of the TMC, so there was no action taken. However, there was feedback provided to the CAC. As I look at the totality of the conversation, it's difficult when we're looking at a singular part of a potential RTA Next configuration, such as the named projects. There are other categorical pieces, and I mentioned those, and they're in the materials, and you can see some of the information on that. What has been difficult and will continue to be difficult is dissecting the projects and putting them in the categorical funding piece or in the named project piece. So, for example, one of the things that was discussed today was a comment from the CAC about our bus rapid transit project, a planning project for South 6, from downtown basically to TIA. And the conversation then became, should that be part of the named projects or should that be part of the transit categorical projects, right? And then I mentioned that there's a conversation that is looming for us with regard to the northern leg of that. And should that be a named project or should that be a transit project, categorical? So you can expand that conversation to include safety improvements. You know, Vice Mayor, I'll get it yet. Vice Mayor Kozaczek has been chatting with folks along 6th Street, and, you know, there's safety improvements that are potentially to be had there. So are those part of a name project, or are they part of a safety categorical component? So I'm not trying to make it more complex for you. I'm just trying to paint the picture for you that as we talk through these and we start looking at the investment that an RTA Next could look, or what it would look like, I think it's important that we include those in the discussion. Ultimately, there is no movement, if you will, yet on the categorical pieces because the name projects aren't complete. In summary, I think the value of the projects that have been outlined are in about the $1.4 billion range. The target is a 1.1 billion, so there's 300 million-ish that needs to be shaved off of the list that's already been at least vetted. That's, I'm hopeful, going to be an iterative process with our partners, both in the other jurisdictions, but also the CAC. So, Mayor, this is just an opportunity to again weigh in and have conversation. I know there's been some discussions that you would like to bring forward as a team, and I would suggest that again we'll take those back and explain the thoughts from the Mayor and Council. Mayor, we do have another item on the 24th for this, to prepare you as the representative for this body on the RTA board. So we'll bring back even more thoughts with regard to the agenda specific to the RTA board. So this is a piece of that, but this isn't that. So I just wanted to make sure you were clear on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. I think that as we continue to consider the makeup of an RTA Next, it's important that we continue to have open dialogue with each other on this table, but also our residents and other jurisdictions. We received a memo from the RTA Executive Director back in November of 22, basically saying, you know, the board has not made decisions on the elements and the categorical elements of the RTA Next, but he showed us a plan for possible RTA revenues, and a plan or plan elements and an explanation of what that is. And it is multimodal roadway corridor elements, it's safety elements, environmental and economic vitality elements, transit elements, and then debt service and RTA costs. And in my taste, I am flabbergasted that the transit element would only have about $510 million on it. Considering that this mayor and council have been talking about the possibility of bus rapid transit route and a possibility of a streetcar extension to the airport, $510 million is not even a possible matching fund. Even if we were to go out and seek federal funds, Federal Transit Administration funds, to do a streetcar, an extension of the streetcar to the airport, which most cities of our size or smaller have that as a transit element for their cities. So I am just thinking about being realistic and having this conversation here, making a decision as a mayor and council. What is our vision for a possibility of an RTA Next? Do we want to ask for more funds for the transit element so that we can do that bus rapid transit route that we've been, you know, tinkering with or talking about and trying to have conversations with the community to pre-plan what needs to happen before a possibility of a bus rapid transit? We're in the early stage of stages of conceptualizing these projects. We are having a lot of conversations at the RTA board. The CAC is trying to have conversations about what funds to put, how much funds to put in each category. But I think that if we are going to take the step of committing to an RTA next, a lot of things need to happen. But one of the things that we need to do as a jurisdictional body, we need to say, hey, here's our vision. This is what we need. And I would love for some of that direction to be, we want to commit to bus rapid transit, and we want to take at least a look at the extension of a streetcar from downtown to our airport. So I just want to make sure that I put that out there, because we do have to move. We have to start making decisions, and I would love to be able to go to the next RTA meeting and talk about the needs of the city of Tucson and what we want to see in the categorical elements. And in my opinion, we need much more funds in the transit element of a possible RTA next. With that, I'll open it up to my colleagues on the council if you want to add to the conversation and open. Vice Mayor?
A couple of things. First of all, our discussion of the categorical list has taken place before the CAC has even begun having formal conversations about it. So other than satisfying the RTA's sort of own timeline, if the value of the CAC input means anything to us, then I think that our sitting around this table and saying, these are our priorities, is just essentially telling the CAC, then we don't care what you have to say. So I think that our identifying categorical elements before the CAC has had a chance to engage constructively with the board, I think is premature. In addition to that, I think it's important to note that one of the ways they have discussed funding transit is by moving them into named roadway elements. So that shouldn't be lost on us. They've already they're at the same time they're telling us that we need to pare down our roadway elements. They're shifting transit projects into roadway. And so it's a matter of saying, okay, well, you cut your project list down, but oh, by the way, these big dollar items, they're sitting over here now too. So I don't think they're being realistic about that. Thank you for including in your memo in the list here the transit elements that the RTA is paying for. I think it's important for the public to understand that the RTA funds more than just wider roads. It's also important to understand what we would need to have in place if we chose to go alone. That's costs, it's funding sources, it's oversight groups, it's, what is that whole spending and priorities, how is that managed? That can't fall to Sam's department. So I think for an upcoming update, if you could outline for us what a local approach might look like, what pieces would we have to have in place? I think that would be helpful as well, because if we are, we're balancing a few things. We're balancing RTA Next and all the challenges we've got that. We're balancing that versus the alternative, and the alternative is to go it alone. And we do have a half-cent laying on the table right now that we could still put out to the voters. We do have our own 20-year complete streets / transportation plan that we adopted probably a year ago now, something like that. And so if the RTA is really interested in what are the city's priorities, they can open that and thumb through that thing and start to get some ideas, because both of what you mentioned are in there.
Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
I'm going to defer to Councilmember Santa Cruz first.
Okay, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
I was just going to say thank you for the remarks around transit and Vice Mayor on the complete streets. We have a lot of aging infrastructure in the city limits that we need to update and take into account these different modes of moving. We were walking downtown last week, and as we're approaching, crossing the freeway, a lot of those buttons to cross on the street don't even work, or the timing doesn't prioritize people trying to cross the street on foot. So I think we need a lot of upgrades and looking at this network for not just, again, moving cars, but moving people in the different modes that they do. So thank you, and I hope we can continue, pushing the conversation of what the needs for the city are.
Councilmember Cunningham.
So there's a few things that I'm thinking about as we kind of go through this process. And again, we've had the same conversation for a year about going alone, about RTA Next, about our priorities with RTA Next. The first thing that happened that really hurt was that the RTA came to us and said, hey, look, we're going to do RTA Next, and this is all you get, and this is what you have to work with, so tough. And we were like, well, wait a minute, not so fast. And then we had to go through the next process and the next process. Then we had to come through and examine the projects we were losing. I mean, it's kind of been this kind of waterfall. But the bottom line is, and this is what people need to understand, on a lot of levels, our region needs RTA Next. We do. And so we've got to find a way to thread that needle where our interests are protected. But I think it's really important that we kind of let RTA Next know that whatever we're doing, the parameters they have out for us just aren't going to work. And if we can refer some of the things to the CAC to say, hey, look, take a look at BRT. Hey, take a look at transit. Take a look at what we're going to do on what I want to do, what I've talked about very much before about golf links. I think that when we talk about the walkability and complete streets and the bicycle and transit piece, we also think about how do we uncongest traffic so that people going across one big way can get there quickly too as well. So I think there's opportunity for us to kind of say, hey, we're going to be able to shape the region as the leader. So I think we go to the CAC and say, hey, look, take a look at RTA Next, take a look at some of our priorities, and I know it's outside the parameters of what RTA has come and said to us, but this is really what we need to be there. And I think that would go a long way and give some clarity to both groups on how we proceed. So that's much. Do I need to make a motion on that, or?
No, I think it's just a continuous conversation. It's important that, as I agree with you, Councilmember, 100%. I think that we have to give the CAC and TMC an idea as to what our vision is for the next 20 years in terms of mobility. And so being able for us, Mayor and Council, to say a bus rapid transit system from Tohono Tadai to downtown is an important element that we want you, Citizens Advisory Commission, to consider. We want you to consider, as a city, we want you to consider a extension of the streetcar into the airport. And then we have to do a little bit of math. What is it that we can put in which category? For me, I have talked about the possibility of, and my priorities being a bus rapid transit line from Tohono Tadai, maybe through Oracle. We have seen what a streetcar has done in terms of economic development and transit-oriented development, and the addition of a streetcar, what it's done for our west side, our downtown, and our university area. We have seen more than $4 billion of public and private investment as a result of the streetcar. So what type of return on investment is investing and asking our voters to invest in an extension of the streetcar and a bus rapid transit system? I think it's pretty good return on investment. So just open it up, Councilmember Dahl, Councilmember Santa Cruz, did you want to, Councilmember Dahl?
Thank
And
you.
then Councilmember Fimbres after Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the transit. Not only return on investment for dollars in development, but it saves people's lives because there are not drunk kids driving from bars downtown back to their dorms. If this is a discussion about the vision for the next RTA, the first word that came to my mind was I can't even pronounce it, apocalyptic vision. I haven't had a lot of involvement since I'm the new person here with RTA, but all of my involvement has been completely frustrating. I want to report to my colleagues that I spoke to the board. They called the audience in the December meeting. Unfortunately, our mayor was sick and wasn't there, making, I think, a very strong argument about First Avenue and the position that we have on it. What was the response? Crickets. If I had been a member of the audience at our call to the audience, I can imagine the mayor or someone saying, city manager, will you get that Mr. Dahl's information so you can respond to him? No response. Insulting, degrading. I don't know how I can work with these people. And I understand that regional transportation, and I said that in my speech, is the way to go. But with this particular configuration, I'm very frustrated. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Any others? Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What is the status then of the 2 RTA projects that the mayor and council voted to recommend to do a delay on? Do we know?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, those 2 projects have been presented to the RTA board, I believe, and they have suggested that they will be presented to the voter for consideration in the future. So basically, there is a delay at this point, and if that has not been formally accomplished, it will be shortly. I think the piece that is still outstanding, and I'll take the privilege of the microphone to echo Councilmember Dahl's concerns and comment, is that the mayor and council also suggested in that same discussion the movement of North First Avenue as recommended by the staff, which was from 6 lanes to 4 lanes, and to move post haste to get it done. The RTA staff has now suggested that there is more public engagement that's necessary, going through a process. And so, Mayor, I know that unfortunately you were not in attendance at the December meeting, but hopefully you will be in attendance at the upcoming meeting. And this could be a discussion for further consideration by the RTA board to direct that it occur, but that will be up to the RTA board to accomplish. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Well, the 22nd Street Bridge raising a lot of eyebrows for us, Mike.
Mayor,
I know Eric is trying to answer questions, but the funding's there. We got to get for the business. People still aren't concerned. They're concerned now that they're going to no way to get in and get out of their houses or their businesses. Like 22nd Street widening create a lot of this concern. Tell me a little bit about that.
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. I think it's important to note anytime we have a project of that magnitude, which will include closure of that road during construction, it will be disruptive to the area and to the motoring public. And so that is a reality for us. I think there has been feedback on the configuration that's at least initially proposed. We will have some more robust conversations around that. Ultimately, as this project goes forward, there will be a lot of public conversation around it. But keep in mind that because of where it is and the importance of it, during construction, it will be disruptive to that area. And so not only through education, but also providing options is where we're really going to head, and providing detours that make sense so that people can get in and out of their residences and businesses. Obviously, the intent is to minimize that impact. Thank you, Mr. Fimbres.
Thank you, Minister. You can have somebody, a point person on the board, so that they can call them directly when we point to them. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. And I guess my question is, what is this conversation at either CAC or TMC? How often do categoricals come up? Is the conversation starting? I'm trying to remember the because we haven't had much conversation at the RTA board regarding categoricals. What are the categories that we, the city of Tucson, are recommending in each bucket? So we received the November 9th, 2022 memo from Mr. Mogimi. He has recommendations. What I would like to do is make sure that we have our own categorical recommendations based on the needs and the vision that we have, and share it with the CAC and TMC so they know, hey, these are our interests, these are our recommendations, give us your input. We want you all to help share in recommendations for a possibility of an RTA next.
Mayor, great question. I'm going to start off, and then I'm going to turn over the specifics to Sam to go over with you. But I think to your point regarding the CAC and the chemistry of the CAC's understanding of some of the things that need to happen, there were a few CAC members that attended the meeting today, and they did weigh in on exactly that point, which is it's hard to go down the path of named projects and to go and focus on the named project list without knowing what the impact is on the categoricals or vice versa. And so I think that the CAC is right on target in terms of your commentary with regard to making sure that it's a more holistic view so that it paints the picture. And I think the movement of people, as Councilmember Santa Cruz mentioned, is the key. So it's not just the vehicles, but it's also the movement of people and how all of that goes together. So I think that the CAC is primed and ready to hear some of that guidance and some of those conversations. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it over to Sam to go over the categorical elements.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, members of the council. So included in your material, we did provide the letter from Executive Director Mogimi that outlined the proposed categorical elements. And it's important to note that the action taken by the RTA board noted those as starting points. And they're very close to the categorical elements for the 2006 RTA plan. However, when we submitted our list of named projects, we also submitted the following recommended categories: pavement maintenance and repair, safety projects and programs, public transit service improvements, bicycle and pedestrian accessibility improvements, and traffic signal technology upgrades. To my knowledge, there has not been a detailed conversation about expanding the categorical elements beyond what was included in the 2006 plan, but I do think that that is something that needs to occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. My next question is, how do we advance the interests of the city of Tucson for still entertaining the possibility of the city of Tucson participating in an RTA next? I know that I had requested, because of the conversations that we've had on this council, an item for First Avenue. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there for the item, but it doesn't seem like there was enough conversation to move it forward. Hopefully in this next meeting, we will have an item directly associated with First Avenue and a possibility of moving forward with it. But what's next, Mr. Ortega? How do we advance the needs and the vision of what the city of Tucson needs in this list?
Sure, Mayor, thank you. So I think there's two pieces. The first is the mayor and council could, again, weigh in on the named projects. I will tell you that just looking at the map, without the categoricals, we're very, very shy on projects on the east side of Tucson. And I've spoken with both council members, Cunningham and Lee, about that, because that is a factor. And I think that ultimately those are conversations that need to happen. Because again, and I expressed this today to the TMC and CAC, certainly there are capacity type improvements, but once you look at that, you have to also overlay it with geographic realities that we have. And I think that ultimately that's an opportunity for you all to weigh in. Now, clearly, there's an opportunity for us to do that now. I would also suggest that we begin the conversation internally to at least guide a conversation with the CAC for the categoricals. And so to the Vice Mayor's point, I think it's right on point that the CAC should be involved But I also think that it could be an opportunity to at least have a conversation around the guidance and some of the high-level thoughts that, the categorical pieces that Sam just mentioned. So what we can do, Mayor, if you're up for it, is we can bring back a list, bring back the list, but also bring back at least some ideas and thoughts on the categorical pieces, because otherwise we're just going to wait. We will wait until that's provided to us, and my gut is that we should at least put something out there in terms of some of the priorities. But again, not project-specific, but I think concepts to say, okay, here's where we're at, and as an organization, as a community, here's where we're going. That'd be my suggestion, and we can do that. We'll take a stab at doing that for the next meeting. And again, I don't know that we'll be finished, but we can at least give you some ideas and some thoughts for you to kick around. Thank you, Mayor.
I see some overlay of what the recommended categories that the city of Tucson made for the to the RTA. Safety projects and programs could easily go under safety element. Public transit service improvements could easily go under the transit element. But we know that bicycle and pedestrian accessibility is not there. And we know that traffic signal technology upgrades and pavement maintenance and repair is not there. We need to put it there. And we need to also make sure that we make the transit element have enough capacity to have a bus rapid transit and the possibility of a streetcar. I don't know the cost, but we should at least be able to say, hey, the vision for Tucson is having BRT hybrid streetcar extension. Any others want to add to this? Okay. Alrighty, it's a good conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sam. We move on to item 8. Time has been reserved for a discussion, decision, and direction on the city's proposed Green Fleet Transition Plan. Welcome back to the table, Carlos.
Mayor, I'm sorry, didn't you want to call that? Sorry, didn't want to jump. Not because we're ahead of schedule or anything, but I was kind of excited there. I apologize for my excitement. So Mayor, this is really an opportunity for you all to weigh in on our Green Fleet Transition Plan. We are looking for direction. If you're up for it, Carlos has some thoughts he wants to share in the brief presentation that he'll go over with you, and then we look for some direction subsequent to that. Thank you, Mayor. Go ahead, Carlos.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Back on October 18th of 2022, staff presented an update to Mayor and Council regarding the progress to date on the implementation of the Electric Vehicle Readiness Roadmap. As part of the discussion and direction, Mayor and Council requested that staff return with a Green Fleet Transition Plan for the Council's review and consideration, and that's what we would like to discuss or present to the Council today. Staff reviewed and analyzed fleet replacement programs from 13 jurisdictions across the United States. The 13 jurisdictions are Pima County, Charlotte, North Carolina, King County, Washington, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Kingston, New York, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Seattle, Washington, Philadelphia, Fort Collins, Colorado, Minneapolis, Riverside, Denver International Airport, City County of Denver. 7 of the cities are considered award-winning organizations. That means that they have obtained a National Association of Fleet Managers Award for their green fleet awards. Those cities are Riverside, Fort Collins, Charlotte, King County, Denver International Airport, City County of Denver, and Seattle. The city of Tucson is actually one of the few jurisdictions that is in the process of developing a formal policy and guidance as it relates to fleet electrification. The city started first with the development of the EV roadmap, and now with the proposed consideration of the adoption of the fleet transition plan. A lot of the jurisdictions are using a variety of goals and metrics to initiate and track the implementation of the green fleet policies. such as what percentage of their vehicles are zero emissions vehicles, and within what time frame they will meet those goals. How many gallons of fuel is being reduced annually? How many metric tons of greenhouse gases are being reduced? Some are even making commitments that would be the last time that they are authorizing purchases of internal combustion engines. Some jurisdictions are beginning to transition their heavy fleets to compressed natural gas. The city's been doing that for the longest time, and I think the city has been ahead of the curve in terms of this transition from diesel to CNG. Some jurisdictions are really being very careful about how they define alternative fuels. Electrical vehicles, are we talking about compressed natural gas? Are we talking about hydrogen? And some of them are really focusing, even diving more into it, is how is the source of energy is being generated? Is it electricity? Is it hydrogen? Is it biogas? What type of fuels is it really considered to be an alternative fuel? Most plans really call for an evaluation of zero waste vehicles or zero waste vehicles at the end of the internal combustion life cycle. So in other words, if there is a mission capable zero emissions vehicle, then that could replace the internal combustion vehicle that is to be replaced with a zero emissions vehicle. That is really the best way to go about it. And that's the path moving forward. And that's really where the proposed plan in front of you for your consideration really mirrors that approach. We also shared a copy of this report with the Electrification Coalition. And this is really an organization that essentially develops and implements a broad range of strategies that are intended really to facilitate the widespread of adoption of electrical vehicles. The proposed plan is in alignment not only with the Electrification Coalition, but with many of the best practices that are in place by the Green Fleet awardees and very progressive fleets throughout the country. We did use the following goals in drafting the proposed policy. Is really, and this is really again going back to the climate action resolution, really transition 100% of the city's light duty vehicles that are programmed really for replacement and be transitioned to electrical vehicles by 2030. That if you look at the numbers in terms of what's considered under that, we're talking about 850 vehicles that comprises sedans, SUVs, and light trucks. Obviously, the other intent would be really to increase the inventory of zero emissions, battery powered, and other renewable zero emissions fuels by 2030. And coupled with that, it really continue with the investment in the charging infrastructure to support the EVs fleet, but also really to provide additional charging space for city employees. This proposed policy is a multi-pronged approach. First step is we want to make sure that we're right-sizing the fleet, that we essentially we're not really, we're trying to avoid the fleet creep, so that will make sure that our fleet doesn't really grow significantly, that it really stays in line with really what the programs are required, but essentially looking very closely of ensuring that the fleet doesn't really grow out of proportion. Looking at really reallocating or eliminating some underutilized vehicles. Is there an opportunity for us to transfer one vehicle to another department? And what do we consider essentially underutilized vehicle? Is a vehicle that is driven less than 3,000 miles and is used less than 720 hours per year. And ultimately is we want to make sure that we're buying the right vehicle for the right purpose, for the intended use. The other component of that is we will be asking departments really to reduce vehicle miles traveled and vehicles idle times without really impacting the service delivery. Can we look at opportunities for virtual meetings? Can we look at opportunities for telecommuting? Can we look at essentially looking at using GPS systems really to optimize route planning in terms of really the day-to-day activities? How do we go to inspections? Is there tools that we can put in place really to reduce the number of miles that we travel in a single day? Looking at really providing office space for field staff rather than really to be working out of the vehicle and using that vehicle as their office. So that's another component. And we see the extremes in weather, not only during the hot summer, but also during the winter as well. And ultimately would be is going in there and replacing light duty vehicles fleets with new green vehicles. So each year, as part of the budget cycle, we would essentially look at what are vehicles that need to be replaced, and the goal would be to pair them up with an electrical vehicle. That will be the first option, an EV vehicle, or if there's a specific justification of where that vehicle cannot be replaced with EV vehicle, there's a form, there's a process that we're going to institute to make sure that we can really go through that and analyze that to make sure that why is the reason that an EV vehicle cannot meet the operational needs of that individual department. The next step would be is if we can't find an EV vehicle, then we will look at a plug-in hybrid option. And so if a vehicle is not commercially available, then essentially that will be the next step. So electrical vehicles, then we would essentially next step would be plug-in hybrid option. If a plug-in hybrid option is not available, then we would downgrade that to a hybrid. And if a hybrid is not available, then essentially we go looking at alternative fuels. And if for whatever reason we can't really find an alternative fuel, then we would go to really the conventional fuels, but really just to find the vehicle that has the least emissions. The intent of this is we really don't want to cripple essentially the delivery of services. Some EV technology may be available in some areas, some of it may not be in some areas. So we just want to make sure that we provided that flexibility, but also really provide us the path on how we would essentially review and go out about each purchases. The other component would be is obviously continue with the investment and deployment of EV charging stations. There's a lot of discussion in terms of really working with TEP earlier regards to charging stations. Also be working with Park Tucson really to make sure that we can deploy a lot of those charging stations or EV spaces throughout the community and in specific areas. And again, the whole goal is ensuring that we're doing that with the least cost to charge those vehicles. And really make sure that we're doing things in a right way and the right approach, ensuring that we have the adequate infrastructure, but really not completely investing out more than what essentially the transition rate of bringing EV vehicles in, so that we're not really putting, at the end of the day, when we're getting ready to use it, that infrastructure is old, and maybe we're not really capturing all the other opportunities as this technology develops, other opportunities really to charge those vehicles. So you just want to make sure that we're careful on how we go about that. The other component is really educate city staff on eco-driving best practices. So there's ways of how we can reduce a lot of the fuel consumption. And finally would be is this has no value if we don't measure it or evaluate the progress. So it really would be an annual review. We can certainly make it part of our budget discussion, make it part of really the fleet discussion, so that we know in terms of where we at in terms of the environmental benefit, what are the avoided emissions, what is really the financial impacts or benefits of the program as we move forward. That's just kind of on the light side of the fleet. We're also going to continue separately, really to continue to test a lot of the medium and heavy-duty zero-emissions vehicles. We all know that we order our first refuse truck. That's probably going to be coming in the next year or so. So we're going to be testing that out in terms of performance, very similar in nature to the transit buses. And we're just going to continue to evaluate essentially the productivity and the performance and comparing basically the cost and the performance. As it relates to the transit fleet, it is my understanding SunTran has secured a consulting firm that is going to be evaluating very comprehensively the transition in terms of how they transition their fleet from its current configuration to more of a robust, more sustainable fleet, and really considering all modes of transportation in terms of type of fuels, type of units. It is my understanding they're scheduled to come back to the council later on this spring, really to make that a presentation. So with that, Mayor, members of the council, that concludes my remarks. Thank you for your time, and obviously we respectfully as a council really to consider and adopt the proposed Green Fleet transition plan as presented.
Thank you, Mr. De La Torre. I really appreciate it. I've been calling you Carlos because I always do, but Mr. De La Torre is much more respectful. I want to thank you and your team for, as I said earlier in the previous conversation about fees, you really, as a Department Director of Environmental and General Services, have stepped up, sir, to listen to and act on the call of Mayor and Council to venture into these efforts, both on the sustainability campus and all of that dream work that we're doing and making that all happen, but also on the Green Fleet Transition Plan. And so I want to thank you and your staff, specifically Tammy Smith, for writing this up and putting it on paper. And so really appreciative of all of the work that you and your team are doing for the goals that this mayor and council have put in front of you. What I would love to be able to do is add some timelines to this plan. I think we should move it forward, but I believe that it should be like a live document, a living document that can be modified with timelines and you know with new information in order to be quick about change. And so I would love to be able to track and monitor what our timelines are and our advancement in the whole process. I guess my question is, in terms of evaluation, if we say yes today, let's move on this fleet transition plan, how do we evaluate the progress made? And how do we give you the authority to be able to move and change and add to this transition plan?
Sure. So Mayor, one of the points that could be considered is we're starting to embark on our fiscal year 24 budget. And so this really would set the stage in terms of how we would move forward with replacing some of the light fleet. So that will be the first step, even though we're already moving forward per your direction. Again, back on the October meeting, has really allocated some funds really to start buying and purchasing those EV vehicles and really the charging stations. It will be really a replicate effect on moving forward for fiscal year 24. That would set essentially the stage in terms of here's the vehicles that essentially are as part of the city's overall fleet replacement program. Here's all the candidates. We will identify the candidates that basically meet the criteria, and essentially we would move forward with the implementation of the policy. We're doing it kind of as we speak informally, but obviously with the adoption of the policy, we'll do it more formally. And really, again, as probably as suggested earlier too, as part of the budget is really, that will be, the first starting point would be in fiscal year 24. And every year consecutively, we would essentially make that report or that provision as part of really the approval or the allocation of that fleet replacement program, ensuring that we check those marks and that we're meeting the policy directives under that policy.
Thank you, Mr. De La Torre. Any questions, observations, input? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor, and I agree with you. This it'd be better as a living document because I'm going to give some suggestions, but I will also vote for the document as it is now because I think that would help you. There's a lot to love in the plan, and I appreciate all the hard work you guys have put into it. I do have some suggestions. We should let existing vehicles in the fleet age out fully depreciated. It doesn't make any sense to switch them out. But every new purchase should be electric vehicles. That's why I disagree with your priorities if electric vehicle can't work. It would have to be a huge exception and just not available, or we couldn't even put it together ourselves. Electric vehicles already have lower lifetime costs. The biggest problem is delivery timelines. Light passenger vehicles are readily available. Most other times have these longer delivery timelines. Demand's increasing. We know that battery production is not where it should be due to material shortages that we can't do anything about, or that the market will eventually do something about. But to do this, I think we have to look beyond yearly budgeting. In other words, we're going to have to purchase vehicles 2 or more years in advance, much like we're having to do with the garbage truck. So in other words, let's get those orders in now. We'll benefit down the line because the lifetime cost will be less. I'm a big proponent of more EV charging stations. Everybody who has an electric vehicle should be able to charge it where they park. And this can often be done with simple 120 volt or 240 volt outlets. You don't need the fast chargers. You don't need the fanciest chargers. I have an electric hybrid, and I use the 120 volt, and it's really easy and cheaper. It just takes longer. So to help increase awareness and use of personal EVs among city employees, a great goal, I would suggest that we offer an incentive in the form of free parking and charging for city employees. The approximate cost of the charging, I think, is $2 per day per vehicle, be an employee benefit. And then, especially in the downtown area, if the parking spots are nicely located, then they could be available to the public, maybe for charge on non-working hours. In general, I think we need to, and I'm one who drives a hybrid, remove hybrid from the plan. I've been informed that in fleet environments, they often just don't get charged because you always have the gas backup. And they're more expensive. They're operated as more expensive fossil-fueled vehicles that way. In electric mode, you have 400 pounds of engine that you don't need, the electric engine. In using gasoline, you have 400 pounds of battery that you don't need. And you still have to do the maintenance on the fossil fuel engine. So full electrics with good enough range for the purpose that they're to be put for are less expensive to operate than hybrids. I love the idea of fewer vehicle miles traveled and stopping the idling. Idling is a big bugaboo of mine because people idle in front of my house all the time for unrelated reasons. And I like the strategies to avoid those. I'd like to point out that once we become more electric vehicles, it's a moot point because the problems of idling don't exist. There's no noise, there's no emissions. If it's easier and more efficient for a staff person to sit in air conditioning of an electrical vehicle when they're filling out their paperwork, it's just a non-issue. Two other points. I don't think we need to delay and do the on-demand EV charging on the infrastructure because the infrastructure, the technology is really there. We already have electrical standards for everything that will be needed for electrical vehicles now and in the foreseeable future. For most purposes, a simple 240 volt outlet will provide everything we need in perpetuity. You just add the new technology onto that. Finally, the Plan Review Committee, great idea. We should review and see where we are along the way. But as described in the plan, it's only city staff. And I wonder if city staff have the capacity, the skills to manage and evaluate the technology without some expert help. Should we put a subject matter expert from the outside into that mix? Or is there training available and budget for that to give the city staff the knowledge they needed for that important task? And again, thanks. Great plan. I think we're on our way.
Any others? Councilmember Cunningham?
So do we have any idea on which outfits number one? I mean, are we talking to MAC or Peterbilt or McNeilius or any of the other groups that I got other ones? New Way, Heil, and AMREP, I think are the five most prominent garbage truck manufacturers, or is there another one that's out there that specializes in electric? And can they perform? Also, have we looked at, is anybody doing a electric and CNG plug-in that's electric and CNG plug-in, not hybrid diesel plug-in? So I'm kind of wondering about that. And then the other thing I think we have to look at is, where are we in our fleet? Like, our next change out, is that for side loaders? Is that for front loaders? Do we even use rear loaders? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what's next for us. Is it, because it sounds like the front loaders that have to carry the heavier pieces, it's tougher on them to be electric because of the torque issues. And whereas the side loaders, it's easier to do. I mean, obviously we're looking at all that stuff, just wondering where we are.
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, so there's a very, there's a lot of manufacturers that are essentially, in terms of refuse trucks, that are exploring the transition to EV vehicles. Just in terms of really the capacity of what we use in terms of our trucks or routes, we don't have the same similar, they don't have the same similar type of trucks that what's out there on the road today. Most of them are in the process of developing that, and so the first one that we identify that is somewhat comparable to what we use is really Velocity truck, and that's really the only truck that is available in the market right now that essentially that is out there. There's other ones that are being developed in terms of technology, but we're not really seeing something out there right now. It's the name brand is Velocity trucks.
Okay, and is it,
So it's really the truck is itself, the body itself.
Sure.
The chassis, I'm sorry. The chassis that are essentially transitioning that. Peterbilt is doing that. But again, Peterbilt doesn't have one out that essentially says, hey, to our knowledge, in terms of really, I got this EV chassis, here you go. We're not seeing that. As a matter of fact, we're having difficulty ordering traditional trucks from them today, and so we had to transition to buy new types of chassis because they're not available. And I'm not getting off the subject, but that's really kind of where they're at. Is really we identified. We try to look at what's available. The only one that we can look at that is at this point in time is Velocity. Similar, Phoenix went into the same model. LA went into the same model. So we're all basically waiting really for those trucks to be delivered so we can start looking at those. There's other smaller refuse trucks, but essentially they're very small. So there's really no comparison on that.
and the other thing is, I was really wondering, is there a delta on cost per unit that we're concerned about, or is the pricing pretty comparable?
So certainly there's a cost differential between a traditional refuse vehicle. So right now what we're seeing is about $425,000 per truck, and that's a typical side loader. On a CNG vehicle, you look at an electrical side loader, we're looking about close to $750,000 for those trucks.
For the CNG side loaders?
So for the CNG is $425 right now.
Okay.
Okay. For the electrical vehicles, we're talking about $750,000.
Okay.
So it's almost a $300,000 differential. So when you ask the question in terms of really what does our program look like, so ideally for us is we'd like to purchase anywhere between 11 to 12 trucks a year. So that's 4.5, almost close to $5 million once they're fully equipped. And they vary, so most of the time, most of the need is on the side loaders. And it varies because the life cycles is a little bit different. Some of them are side loaders for 6 years, roll-offs are essentially 8 years, so the cycles are not evenly distributed.
Sure.
But that's really the goal, is really to be in a position that essentially we're purchasing 12 to 13 trucks a year.
And when we factor in the fuel savings, it can be a wash, or?
So I don't think we have that data right now because we don't. Everything is really predicated on in terms of what is the CNG cost, and we have all those costs and we have all the history, but we don't have the electrical history for that. So and it all depending on where do we hook them up, what type of rate structure do we develop, at what time do we charge them. So those are all the things that we're essentially need to look at that to make sure that we're taking advantage of that technology, make sure that we bring it in, but being smart about it to make sure that it really we're taking the advantage of from a cost efficiency perspective to make sure that we're gaining ground on that.
Right on.
All righty. Any others?
Just
Vice Mayor.
real quickly, back when we adopted the EV commercial residential ordinance, I started reaching out to TEP because at the same time they were offering incentives to have a couple stations put in at the ward office, and I was going to offer to help fund them out of our budget. But I have gotten like zero traction, and so some of the material I'm reading makes it sound as though you've got a group who's working for city vehicles to kind of ramp up that program. I'm not talking about this in terms of city vehicles. We have lots of groups who use the office, and I'm trying to get a couple of stations put in for the general public to use. So have we put a stop on that? Because I have gotten TEP has kind of slow walked this whole thing since I started the conversation, or should I go through your office, or how do we do that? Or have we stopped it until we get the whole program lined out? I mean, just let me know so I don't keep butting my head against the wall.
So Mayor, Vice Mayor Kasachek, it would be good really to run through our office, and the reason for it is we're trying to create a group of projects to make sure that we can say, hey, these are all the projects we're looking at that. Let's work together on really doing the offset infrastructure really to support that and really create more of a holistic approach on doing that instead of doing one-offs. And certainly probably not in terms of really the institutional charges, but really looking at the opportunities, as Councilmember Dahl mentioned, in some areas, especially when we deployed a lot of the solar panels, we basically left room really to be able to provide for those hookups. So that's something that we could deploy as we move down the road.
All righty, thank you. If there are no other questions, I would encourage a motion to adopt the Green Fleet Transition Plan. There's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion on this item? I would like to make sure that we are constantly evaluating and updating the Green Fleet Plan with adding timelines. So if that's possible, and I think you've said yes, Mr. De La Torre, then all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your work on this. Thank you, Carlos. We move on to item 9. Are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion today? I see Andrew Greenhill. Mr. Greenhill, please start your presentation.
Great. Hot off the press, yes. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, today I'll give a pretty quick federal update, but most of my comments will be focused on the state legislature and state legislation. And then I know Mike has something that he'll finish up with under this item when I conclude. So first off, a couple of federal updates. First, at the last mayor and council meeting, I discussed the $1.7 trillion omnibus bill that was passed by Congress at the time. Since then, since our last meeting, President Biden signed the bill. So that is now law. And so all of the congressional member-directed spending projects that were included in the omnibus bill are approved. And so that's great news for Tucson. That's more than $12 million of investments in critical Tucson projects. I also want to mention that there were a number of other entities around southern Arizona and Tucson that also won earmarks or congressionally directed spending projects, including Pima County, as well as the Tohono Nation and Pascua Yaqui Tribe, Pima Community College. So those investments will have a strong economic impact throughout the community, even beyond those that are just the City of Tucson projects. But congratulations again to Mayor Romero and the council. And again, we're very grateful to our federal delegation, Senators Sinema and Kelly, Congressman Grijalva, and former Congresswoman Kirkpatrick, for all of their support for Tucson. And of course, I also want to mention Tracy Tucker, our federal lobbyist, who's always a big part of everything we do to secure projects and funding for the City of Tucson. With that, I'll turn to the state. As the mayor mentioned earlier, the governor gave her State of the State address, which kicked off the beginning of the 2023 state legislative session. The mayor mentioned some of her comments about water, which are of course very important. She also talked about education and housing, reproductive rights, and I would just say in general that I think there's a lot of consistency between the governor's agenda for Arizona and the components of the mayor and council's state legislative agenda. So I think there's going to be some new opportunities to work together with the governor and her staff to work on the priorities of the mayor and council. So very excited about that. With that, the state legislature began their business just on Monday. Want to thank Mayor and Council again for the approval of the state legislative agenda. I've been working with the state legislators, sharing that agenda, talking with them. Thank you to the members of the Mayor and Council and the City Manager for meeting with the legislators before the holidays. And that was a great opportunity for us to hear from them, as well as talk to them about this Mayor and Council's priorities, again, going into the session. We're now in the season where I will be bringing bills to mayor and council for your consideration of recommendations on whether to support or oppose bills. This being the first meeting of the year, I just want to remind mayor and council that we work with both external and internal folks when it comes to these bills. Externally, we talk with other cities. We work with the Arizona League of Cities and Towns, but also stakeholders, whether it's private, nonprofit, other governments, to get as much perspective as we can on the bills. And then internally, when we develop our recommendations, and then internally, I again want to say thank you to the city manager's office, city attorney, the department directors and staffers across the city. As you know, bills can concern themselves on many different subjects. And so having the expertise and perspective of city employees, again, across the spectrum is really critical to help make good, educated recommendations to mayor and council about the positions that we may want to take on the bills. And then finally, I want to thank and just recognize Kathy Sensman and Doug Cole, who many of you know. They are our state contract lobbyists who are partners with me in making sure that we are putting our best foot forward and making clear the mayor and council's positions on these bills as the legislature considers them. So with that, there's about 75 or so bills as of this morning that have already been introduced this session, already tracking about close to 50 of them, and I have 6 for you today for your consideration. Actually, there's really 5. 2 of them are the same, and I'll go through them today with you real quickly. The first one is House Bill 2003. This is a corporate income tax cut being sponsored by Representative David Livingston. This would reduce the state corporate income tax rate by about 0.5% a year over a number of years till it goes down to about 2.5%. The problem with the bill, from my perspective, is that it would reduce revenues to the state in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Also, there's no offset, meaning there's no new revenues to make up for that shortfall to the state, as well as this would mean a cut to state shared revenues, urban revenue sharing for Tucson in the tens of millions of dollars to cities across Arizona. So for that reason, I recommend opposition to the bill. House Bill 2014, STOs, scholarships, corporate tax credits. This bill would increase the amount that corporations can contribute to these student tuition organizations, which use the dollars, they reduce their taxes that they pay to the state, and those dollars are used usually to offset private school tuition. Mayor and council have opposed similar bills in the past, and I recommend opposition. The next 2 bills are exactly the same. They're both resolutions, HCR 2001 and HCR 2002. These resolutions would address the alternate expenditure limitation that we've talked about before. Arizona public schools are in danger of not being able to spend about $1.3 billion in funding that they have available to them unless the state legislature, by a 2/3 margin in both the House and the Senate, approves an exemption from that limitation. Both of these resolutions are actually word for word the same. Both would do exactly that. So I did put both of them on here in case one moves and the other doesn't, and I recommend support for both.
Andrew, I've got a question. Is that 2/3 membership new, or is that existing? That's a lot. That's a high bar.
It's a high bar, yes. Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, you need a 2/3 vote in the House and the Senate. So,
But that's not new. They're not just throwing that in as a poison pill.
it's a clean. The resolution is clean, meaning there's no other provisions in it. So it would just allow for a 1-year exemption of the expenditure.
I guess my point, as opposed to a simple majority.
Yes, you need a 2/3 vote. That's
my
required.
question.
I don't know if that's
All right,
constitutional or statute. I think
Got it.
it's constitutional.
Okay, got it.
Right. And I believe it can only give a 1-year exemption. Senate Bill 1001, pronouns, biological sex school policies. This is a bill that would prohibit school employees from knowingly using a pronoun to describe a student and would prohibit a school district from requiring a school employee to use a pronoun to describe a student other than the one that corresponds to and I'm using the language from the bill, the student's biological sex without the written permission of the student's parent. So there have been similar bills in the past that have been introduced at the legislature that I believe are contrary to the city's non-discrimination ordinance, which protects Tucsonans from discrimination based on gender identity. Based on that, I'm recommending opposition. And then finally, SCR 1002, constitutional amendment, 60% approval. This is a resolution being offered by Senator Kern. What this would do is it would increase the threshold for voter approval of constitutional amendments from the current majority, 50 plus 1%, to 60%. Again, Mayor and Council have weighed in on similar bills in the past and have opposed them because it makes it harder for the majority of the voters to express their will in changing whether it's the Constitution or state law, especially when the legislature may not be acting on behalf of what the majority will is. So on that bill, I recommend opposition. Those are the bills that I have so far for you for this meeting. Happy to answer any other questions or entertain a motion where, how you want to proceed on these
Before we
recommendations.
entertain a motion, I believe that Councilmember Santa Cruz had another bill to add to the list.
There's actually a series of 3 around drag performances, and it's SB 1026, 1028, and 1030.
So, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Santa Cruz, I'm familiar with the bill. There's actually a few bills that concern that same subject, drag shows, and I would like a little more time to review them. There's some differences between them, but I think I will probably be bringing them back with some of the similar concerns that I have with the bill, again, based on past mayor and council direction on these types of bills. I am very aware of them, and I'm still reviewing them. So I should have them by the next council meeting.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, so can we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
So a motion to approve the position recommended by Andrew Greenhill on these bills. There's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor. With that, I'll turn it over to Mike. I know he has something pertinent to a federal issue.
Thank you, Andrew. Mayor, members of the council, the case of Biden versus Nebraska is currently pending in front of the United States Supreme Court, and the federal legislation involved in Biden v. Nebraska is the HEROES Act, the Higher Education Relief Opportunities for Students Act. And it's the legislation under which the Biden administration launched its student debt relief program. That triggered lawsuits, as I'm sure you've read about. Ultimately, the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals in the Midwest, the federal courts, did issue a nationwide injunction that has prevented that program from going forward. But now the issue is in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. And I received, and I know the mayor received as well, requests from various groups, including the Public Rights Project, which is an organization, advocacy organization that frequently files friend of the court amicus briefs in cases involving these types of issues. They've led the efforts on many of the cases that we've joined in on before and signed on to amicus briefs. And they submitted a request to sign on to the amicus brief supporting the implementation of the Biden administration's program going forward. They sent me a draft of the proposed amicus brief, but the deadline to sign on was yesterday. And based on prior actions by the mayor and council, including positions you've taken with respect to disparate racial impact of debt, and which is certainly the case in the context of student loan debt, economic equity, et cetera, I felt comfortable authorizing signing on together with, it ended up being, I believe, 40 other cities and counties to support that program going forward. The arguments and statement position in the brief, in addition to really focusing on the racial inequity that exists in the student loan debt that's outstanding. Also focuses on the fact that cancellation of student debt will help lift members of the community in underserved areas in particular out of poverty and increase economic opportunities for those folks. If you have any questions about it, I'm happy to send you all the brief, but I did want to make you aware that we signed on as the City of Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions on that? Councilmember Cunningham?
No, Your Honor, I wanted to add something to a future agenda, that's all. So I was waiting for the next item.
Okay, we're moving on. Thank you, Mr. Rankin, really appreciate it. Mr. Greenhill, thank you for the update. Item 10, does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to remove the Fort Lowell item, just to talk about it and highlight it.
Ms. Clerk, you got that? Any others? Already hearing none, we move on to item 11. Does anyone have any items for future agendas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Alrighty, Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the February 7th meeting, I will send a memo to have a presentation from LPKNC, Sunnyside and ODS on smoke shops. I was brought this up at the agenda meeting today and would like 25 minutes set aside during the February 7th study session with TPD on this issue.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. We accommodated that in the agenda committee meeting today. Councilmember Cunningham.
So it came up today, this came up today through my office. We have a permanent, it's right on the loop. It's one of our loop-based businesses, and we have a permanent, well, an attempted permanent food truck rally on Pantano and 22nd. It's called The Pit, and they've got some great food trucks. I've been over there a couple times. They've got Jamaican food. They've got a coffee and tea place. They've got, I mean, it's awesome. And they've got obviously carne asada, my fave. So let's that be that. And unfortunately, we don't really have a zoning code that works. And we've tried to find a way to thread the needle over the years, and we just can't figure it out. And so they got issued by us today that they have to kind of cease and desist. And I'm not happy about it, but I understand it. In other words, we've got parking concerns, we've got situations on the loop. I mean, they kind of were, but the problem is that we really didn't have an avenue to talk to them. So there's a couple things I want to do in discussing this future item today. First of all, I want to put that on the next study session. And I really want to do it now without the memo and just say, we're going to do this next study session and just talk about how we can find a way to help businesses like this as they pop up. One of the things, and I know there's some issues that we run into with collecting sales tax, with more than 3 trucks at one time, with bathrooms. I get it. I mean, I understand why we had to do what we did, but at the same time, that's got to come up. The second thing I want to discuss in this situation is maybe we can give them another 30 days because they've been a really good, cool thing in that it's an opportunity for bicyclists to come off the loop and get something to eat and then get back on the loop. It's an opportunity for food trucks to come together. But I don't want to I want it to be safe. And so some of the things are parking, some of the things are, so when we come back in 2 weeks, I'd like to see how we can find a way to get some type of resolution. The worst thing we can do is have this group of food trucks shut down for more than 2, 3, 4 months, and then it kind of just dies. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm sorry to bring this up at the table,
No, that's
but
okay.
it came up today.
I just wonder if we
and I
can
wanted
work
to
on it before we even get to, to a study session. I just wonder if we could.
It's not on the
some
agenda today or anything, so I don't want to break any rules, but I'm just trying to make something work.
Mayor, let me look into the detail of it. I'll work with the council member's office, and if a study session item is needed, I'll let you know. But I think we will work on it offline.
Yeah.
And then figure out what we can do, and we'll report back for a future meeting if possible.
But I've got a feeling we may need a study session because there's really no zoning or no C of O code that exists for a permanent food truck rally. We can do up to 3 trucks at a time, but once you get more than that, you become kind of a restaurant, and so
Councilmember Cunningham, I think it would be great and best to work with the city attorney and the city manager so that we can work on it immediately, first and most importantly, and then you all figure out if we need an agenda.
I just want to have it open-ended so we can do it if we need to.
We
Okay?
will make space if you need to bring it back.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty.
Just
Vice Mayor.
So, just to that point, so this has been a challenge on some of the midtown areas, Fourth Avenue, downtown, where there are this parking, the space issues. We've got merchants who are saying, you're letting a food truck sit outside my restaurant all day long, taking my customers, cherry picking. So it's a bigger conversation. My suggestion would be maybe it's just don't ask, don't tell, and let these guys just exist and we figure it out as we go along.
I think there's some part of this is complaint.
If they're not causing a problem, then just don't mess
So
with it.
Mayor, I think we've got the idea of what the potential future agenda item is, and rather than just talk about it further, we get it.
Yes, let's do that. So now we're going to adjourn study session and then come back for regular session in half an hour. So that would be around 5:40. We'll see you in a second. Roll call?
Mick Santa Cruz? Here. Mr. Cunningham? Here. Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Mrs. Lee? Here. Mr. Fimbres? Absent excused.
Absent excused.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mayor Romero?
Here. Item 2,
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
the invocation would be given by Pastor Larry Munguia from the Silver Project. After the invocation, I ask you to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ms. Mayor, City Council, hello again. I'm always ready to go. They needed somebody to come. They gave me a call. Absolutely. It's a privilege. If you don't know, well, multi-generation Tucsonan, the bones of my ancestors are buried in this valley, and I take it real serious. My life has been changed by a mighty God, and I get to represent that God, and I get to stand before my city council, and my mayor, and my God, so we can all go to work. Bow your heads if you're so inclined. Father, woo, what a hoot. Thank you, Lord. I ask you to seek each and every one of our city council and our mayor here, Lord, seek their hearts. I pray that they come to you for wisdom and knowledge and insight. That, Lord, you take care of their families, their children and their grandchildren. That there's no distractions that keep them from their task at hand. The city of Tucson, your city, Lord, one of the oldest in this hemisphere, where you came a long time ago to join us in this valley. So, Lord, I ask you to guide us, protect us, and use our mayor and city council for your glory. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen. To the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. One last thing, I wanted to give a shout out to my friend, Senior Fimbres. I know he's been hurting. Talked to him a little bit on Facebook, but I want you to know that he knows that we're all praying for him and that he'll be back.
We actually are. Thank you so much, Pastor Munguia. We appreciate the grace of your presence.
My great, love you guys. Thanks much.
Thank you all. All righty, and we move on to item 2C. I do have a proclamation. I'd like to proclaim January 16th, 2023 to be Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and Ms. Donna Liggins, Ms. Doris Snowden are here to accept this proclamation. Please come forward. Alrighty. So thank you so much for your presence. We appreciate all of the work that you've done for our community. And it is my absolute pleasure on behalf of the Office of the Mayor to proclaim January 16th, 2023 to be Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Whereas the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream of equality for all and set out to achieve this objective through nonviolent resistance and peaceful demonstration. And whereas his efforts to achieve the blessings of liberty in social, political, and economic arenas for all, regardless of race, religion, or creed, were and are supported by all who love freedom. And whereas the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s achievements included formation of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, a confederation of clergy and laity dedicated to keeping the fire of freedom burning in the hearts of all Americans. And whereas, as a result of his selfless sacrifice and commitment to nonviolence, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King was presented the 1964 Nobel Peace Prize, an honor of international acclaim. And whereas an assassin's bullet ended the life of Dr. King in 1968, making him a martyr to the cause of justice. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim January 16th, 2023 to be Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in this community, and encourage all Americans to observe this day with the appropriate civic, community, and service programs in honor of Dr. King's life and legacy. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 16th day of January, 2023. Thank you so much for all of the work that you do, and I would love to invite you to say a couple of words if you'd like to.
I just would like to say, first of all, Happy New Year to you all. And thank you so much for always being open to the proclamation for the Martin Luther King Day. And thank you, and please come out and join us on the 16th. We would appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Would you like to add something?
Just thank you and Happy New Year. This is such an honor. Don and I have worked tirelessly within the Tucson community for a number of years with the NAACP, Martin Luther King, and so many years. Just a few years. Few decades, that's true. But it's been our honor, and I'm so blessed to have been able to be a blessing to this community.
Yes, thank you for your leadership. Can you share with the community the information on the march for the 16th, or is it going to be a gathering?
The march will start on Keno and 36 at the Martin Luther King Way, and it will go over the bridge of 22nd Street to Reed Park off of Country Club. And that march will start at 8 o'clock, and there will be some transportation buses coming from the park to the Martin Luther King Way, and from Martin Luther King Way back to the park. So if you get out, that will be the day. And the event in the park will be at 10 o'clock, all of the events there. And they should have, and they will have vendors out there, sodas and water and all different kinds of things out. So please come out and join us.
We kick off our event at a church service on Friday evening at Sharon's Church on, I think it's 10th and 2nd. So please come and join us for that activity, and MLK breakfast the next day. So we have a whole weekend of activities. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 6, dated January 11th, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion, please?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second to move the appointment of Corinne Cooper to the Public Art and Community Design Committee. I'd like to thank Ms. Cooper for your willingness to serve this city. Any other discussion on this item?
Can I just say a few words about her, Madam Mayor?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And this is the first time I've brought an appointment to the mayor and council. Most of it has just been appointed by me and the ward office. So I'm a little rusty or unpracticed. But I want to point out that Corinne Cooper is applying because she's very interested in art. She's been an art collector all her life. She served as after graduating from law school, she took art history classes and art classes. After serving as a law professor, she formed a design consulting business here in Tucson called Professional Presence that has won awards for the designs they've done for flyers and logos. And as a pro bono project in particular, they designed a logo, website, and template for one of my favorite nonprofits, Lend a Hand. She served on a previous art selection commission that was responsible for the arches on the loop at Rito Park. So she's bringing a lot of experience to this position. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing her to mayor and council for approval and for appointing her to the Public Art and Communities Design Committee. Thank you all. With that,
Can we take a vote?
yes, I was gonna just go to that.
Oh, sorry.
With that, let's make sure that we vote. Do we need a roll call or?
Voice vote.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 7, dated January 11th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Alrighty, we're gonna start over here with the vice mayor and then move from 6 to 1.
Just real quick, the GEM show begins January 28th, will run through February 12th. And if you visit the Visit Tucson website, you can see all the different locations. There are fewer shows in total this year because a few of them have opted out, but those that are remaining have expanded their space, and so it'll look and feel the same if you've gone to previous GEM shows. So January 28th to February 12th, and Visit Tucson website has all the locations and times.
And Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. Want to join you all, actually invite you all to join my Ward 4 team and Vice Mayor Kozachik's Ward 6 team this Saturday, January 14th at 8 a.m. as we begin this year's first neighborhood cleanup project within Corbett Neighborhood Association with the support of the city manager and environmental services. Together, we'll clean heavily overgrown alleyways within our 2 wards that have where we've observed recurring crime challenges. This will be the first of many my team is spearheading as a new pilot program. This type of program encourages neighbors to help one another in key targeted areas, building community bonds while beautifying our great city. More information can be found at our website, tucsonaz.gov/ward4. And if you have any questions, just send us an email at ward4@tucsonaz.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Dahl.
Happy New Year, everyone. It's a great time to plant trees, and I encourage you to do that. If you want to get involved in some group plantings, there's 3 happening this month in Ward 3, organized by Trees for Tucson. And you can find out from them other places where people are planting trees. Friday this week, we're planting in Connor Park, which is in the Campbell Grant neighborhood. January 21st in Keeling neighborhood, and January 28th in Sugar Hill. If you want details, please look at my newsletter online or sign up to have it delivered to your email inbox. Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Anybody who lives on the east side knows what this one's going to be about first. Speedway and Kolb. We're allowing the substrate of dirt. That intersection on December 12th had a 24-inch water line break. In the past, sometimes these repairs can take up to 4, 5, and 6 months before we finally get the road going. This intersection is extremely vital to kind of the traffic flow on the east side. And when the 24-inch line broke last month, we had over 5,000 residents without water. We were able to restore water service within like 3 days. But what we found is we had to go 25 feet down below the intersection to find where the pipe had burst. These things, nobody really knows why they happen. It can be anything from disruption from a disturbance from underground wildlife. It can be a seismic anomaly 1,000,000 miles away. I mean, you never know why these things happen. It could be something that happened really small and is building up over the years. The bottom line is, so we had to replace almost the entire pipe, and once we replaced it, we had some air pockets down the line, which complicated it. That resulted us in shutting down the intersection entirely for about a week and a half, but we were able to get 83% of the intersection back open. That's every direction except northbound Kolb, but eastbound and southbound, eastbound, westbound Speedway was open, the left turns were open, the right turns were open. All that stuff is open except for that northbound function and the ability to go right off of westbound Speedway onto northbound Kolb. I'm happy to report that we finished all the pipe repair on Sunday. The team worked double shifts through the weekend to finish it. We filled in the hole yesterday. We have to allow that dirt to settle, and then we're going to put something called cement soil over it, and we have to wait for that to cure for about 48 hours. Once that cures, we will repave hopefully by Monday or Tuesday, and maybe even have that intersection open
late next week, probably the week after, probably a week from Monday or Tuesday. But we've tried to be really responsive in letting people know what was going on and letting people know we're doing it as fast as we can, but we're doing it right. We don't want to compromise speed for quality. So I'm happy to report that we're almost there. Another 10 or 15 days, Tucson, and we'll have that all done for you. Second thing I wanted to report is better news, and that is on Friday, we've replaced the playground at Fort Lowell Park, finally, and it's all set. It's got a sunshade. It's going to be really exciting. The mayor's going to be out there. It's at 12:30 at Fort Lowell Park. That's just east of Craycroft on Glen. And you can get over there and check out our new playground. It's really exciting. A lot of things going on at that park. We resurfaced the tennis courts recently. We're going to do some things with the irrigation in the next year. And we're also redoing the pool and adding a splash pad additionally. So we're really excited for that park. We also have an item on tonight about that park. We are reopening the Fort Lowell Museum, thanks to a partnership with the Presidio, and I'll talk about that later. So those are my announcements. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to Councilmember Dahl, we're also partnering with Tucson Clean and Beautiful for tree planting this Saturday at A Mountain Community at A Mountain Community at Vista del Pueblo Park at 1800 West San Marcos Boulevard, Saturday, January 14th at 9 a.m. If anybody is looking to volunteer. We're having out of the Ward 1 office our Bike Check 1-3 on Wednesday, January 18th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. Stop by or drop off your bike at the Ward 1 office for a free tune-up by our very own bike mechanic car. We are having a frontage road cleanup on Friday, January 20th from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., working with the business owners along frontage road to clean up a lot of the debris that accumulates along the freeway. And we will be starting at 8 a.m. at Hotel McCoy, located at 720 West Silver Lake Road.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. And I have just a couple of things. I want to take this opportunity to let our residents know about two important opportunities they have to provide feedback to the City of Tucson regarding Tucson's future. I'm asking you to share your thoughts and ideas, as well as share this invitation with your family, friends, and neighbors. Two particular plans will guide us in important ways over the next decade. As we address the challenges and opportunities in front of us, the City of Tucson is launching our effort to update Tucson's general plan. Plan Tucson, come to the Plan Tucson Open House on January 19th, anytime between 4 and 7 p.m. at the Tucson Convention Center's West Meeting Rooms. This is a great opportunity to tell us what your priorities and vision are for our city over the next 2 decades. We also have our climate action plan up on our website. The Tucson Resilient Together plan was posted yesterday for public review. Public comment can be shared through February 21st. To provide comments, please visit climateaction.tucsonaz.gov/pages/CAAP to review the draft and provide comments. I want to thank our community partners for helping us get to this point. Local First Arizona, Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, International Indian Treaty Council, NAACP Tucson Branch, Paisanos Unidos, Southside Worker Center, and San Javier Co-op Farm, as well as over 300 people who participated in the public engagement up to now. Thank you all so much, and please make sure that you make your voice heard. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 8, dated January 11th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. No report this evening.
Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 14, dated January 11th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 2 requests for new licenses, 2 requests for person location transfers, 4 special event applications, and 1 agent change acquisition of control restructure. All are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 through 4, 5C1 through 4, and 5D1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Do you have any cards? Yes, Your Honor. Alrighty. Our first speaker is Ohaz, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, Ohaz Sangi.
Good evening. My name is Oja Sanki. I'm a resident of the city of Tucson, a freshman at the University of Arizona, and a representative of the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition. I wanted to talk about the upcoming renewal of the franchise agreement with TEP. As you can see, there are a couple of us here to speak on this topic, so I'll keep it brief. The details of this franchise agreement will determine whether or not Tucson will be able to reach its climate goals. It is common knowledge that we need to cut our emissions in half by the end of this very decade and reach a point of carbon neutrality by 2050. Another 25-year franchise agreement implemented after the current one expires in 2026 will put us beyond that date. Generating electricity is the second largest source of carbon emissions nationwide and the largest in the city of Tucson. So if we are going to have any chance of curbing our carbon emissions, we need to extract some concrete climate concessions from TEP. For this reason, I urge you to not rush the renewal of the franchise agreement. We have a few years until it expires, and this is literally our only chance to guarantee a cleaner grid. This is our moment to secure a better future. If we squander this opportunity, then we will have failed the city, and we will have failed its citizens, both present and future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sangi. Bruce Cole.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Cole. I've been a resident of the city of Tucson for just over 20 years now. And almost the last 10 years of that time, I've used SunTrans services for my primary transportation mode. It's very unusual for me to be outside my home in the afternoon hours, and almost unheard of for me to be outside my home after sunset. The last time it was an occasion I was transported to a local emergency room by TFD paramedic squad. And the time before that, I was addressing the council in this room under Mayor Rothschild. So it's very unusual for me to be out at this time, but it's important. I wanted to emphasize the importance that I feel that I do address this issue with the council. First, I'd like to thank Mayor Romero and the council for extending the waiver of fares on SunTran for another additional 6 months. That I have sincere appreciation for that. And your efforts to make that a permanent change to waive those fares, communicating with the president of the University of Arizona and looking for other outside finance resources, I think is very important. There is a downside, however, to waiving fares on SunTran and having unlimited access to the public in a anonymous type way to use those services, and that is there are people that absolutely misbehave when they are not held to account, and they're using the services in anonymity And as far as driver retention, it really does affect the ability to retain Suntran employees, particularly drivers. I've witnessed drivers being assaulted, being threatened. I've been a witness to domestic violence situations, other crimes where police were involved. And when appropriate, I intervene. When requested to, I provide statements to the TPD for reports and such. I listed 3 specific incidents since fares had been waived. 3 specific incidents were listed on my appeal to the Paratransit Division for paratransit services, Sunvan services. Due to my disability, I'm diagnosed PTSD. Primary reason why I don't go places at night. The application that I put in June for paratransit services was my second application. The first time I applied, I was a resident of Ward 3, and I was using the Sun On Demand service, Zone 1 of Ward 3, which is a door-to-door service, very much like what Sun Van services are. Door-to-door service to my grocery, to my pharmacist, and to my primary care physician. It was wonderful, as opposed to the scheduled bus service. I'm sorry my time is up. I just wanted to inform the council. I attempted to do so through Vice Mayor Kuzichek's office, inform the council that I did find myself and find it necessary to put a claim against the city of Tucson for the second denial of paratransit services. Vice Mayor Kuzichek's chief of staff said this is strictly a Suntran issue, but it is not. I've got written documents from the
Mr. Cole, if you
officers of
can
the
come
city.
to a conclusion, we can always refer you to someone to help you with the rest of your concerns.
Refer me to what? I'm sorry, ma'am.
Come to a conclusion, please.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to inform the council that there are going to be a communication from the Federal Department of Transportation under USDOT. And I just wanted to let the council know that. So,
Thank you. We will give your name and number to the city manager, and we will have someone follow up.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Alrighty, our next speaker is Catalina Ross. Catalina Ross.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Catalina Ross. I am a lifelong Tucsonan and the Southern Arizona Energy Program Coordinator for the Grand Canyon chapter of the Sierra Club. I am here today to comment on the ongoing discussion around the TEP franchise agreement renewal, not on this agenda, but discussed earlier in the study session. We support using this opportunity to strengthen our city's efforts toward reducing carbon emissions, mitigating the effects of the climate emergency on us, and truly working toward becoming a climate-resilient community. This means taking all the time that it will take to negotiate an agreement that is beneficial for all Tucsonans, and one that could help enable TEP to fulfill the carbon-reducing goals stated in its last integrated resource plan. To build this fortified agreement, we support waiting to schedule a public vote on a new franchise agreement until after the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan is officially adopted, so it can help to drive the direction of the franchise agreement, and after a robust and transparent public process, as earlier mentioned by Mayor Romero. We thank you very much for the publishing of the CAAP, the Climate Action Plan, yesterday for the public to review. And similarly, the public should be able to read advanced copies of the drafts of the TEP franchise agreement that the council considers before putting them to an election, and have a chance to respond in a public hearing scheduled and overseen by the City of Tucson and TEP. It's not only right, it is only right that those being impacted by monumental long-term decisions that will help direct the path our utility follows for the foreseeable future, our local communities, have opportunities to give their comments on what goes into this agreement. I thank you all, Mayor and Council, for your time and taking these important matters into serious consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Anthony Potter.
Mayor and council, our police force has been hijacked by Blue ISIS, a terrorist group that across the nation and across the world is taking over our law enforcement. Several times I've been told I can't hold my phone in the Tucson City Courthouse, and also being told that I can't hold my phone at the airport and several other places across town. This is where I've been told in this room I couldn't hold my phone. I want to know why Wakefield, a veteran with TPD who violated people's rights during the Occupy, is working as a contractor at City Court and knocking phones out of people's hands because they're merely holding it, and why violence is being taken on people with this shirt, and why they're being profiled across town by your police force. Because they're saying they're getting the orders from you guys, that it's part of a legal situation that you're in. I'm wondering why you guys are in a legal situation saying I can't hold my phone in public, and how that's not a violation of the Constitution, especially Supreme Court cases that the Supreme Court has said time and time again is a protected activity. USA versus Grace is a Supreme Court decision that came out of arrests and violence like this, where the Supreme Court, like the other day, I was on the phone with the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Soon as I brought up a question about mass incarceration, they hung up the phone. This third branch of government continues to say that you have no right to put a spotlight on it, and that you have no right to your constitutional rights and to hold it accountable, and then hiding behind their badge, their victim, and you guys. So if they're saying they don't have to listen to us, the airport and several places are saying USA versus Grace doesn't apply to them. If you actually look up USA versus Grace, number 6 states nothing but airports. Now, the whole thing of why this matters is under USA versus Grace, it says that certain things are public forums. This space is a public forum. The sidewalk is a public forum. If I have an issue with the court, I have every right to present evidence to show that court is in the wrong. If that court tells me I can, it's in violation of the Constitution. And Mayor, if you're giving the order, you have no transparency. The buck stops with you. When the person was taking up all the time here, you shouldn't have told them that if they want to continue to talk about the issue, you can give them to someone who can deal with the issue. You're the fucking mayor. Act like it. The buck stops with you. If you can't handle it, get a job
Mr.
elsewhere.
Potter, please
So
do
what,
not
you're gonna
use
silence
that
me?
type of language
I
here.
got 25 minutes, bitch.
Excuse me,
I
sir.
got
That's
25 minutes.
that is
bitch, asshole,
That is
tyrant. This is what free speech looks like.
Excuse me,
I
Mr.
got
Potter.
time.
Your 3 minutes are done.
All right,
Don't
thank
use that
you.
type of language in this chamber.
I can use whatever language I want so that Washington hears me.
Alrighty, sir. Your time is over. Keith Van Hannigan.
Good evening, my name is Keith Van Heinigen. Great, give it to the monotone guy. Nice and even. But I've got my problems too. I'm gonna flash back to 2019 when a family friend could not go back home to their parents' funeral because of the Wuhan virus, which we now perceive as a bioweapon. This friend of mine is a Chinese national. They knew in October of 2019 they had a problem, and then they exported it to the world. In 2020, we had an election coming up, and Cuomo and Newsom and mayors like Romero decided to crush what parts of society they could. Businesses, lives, families destroyed. The fear-mongering was immoral and un-American, and it came from one party and one media, the left media. And now we have bigger problems. We have a totally incompetent federal government led by Joe Biden, who is obviously senile. We have an American people that have been educated to the point they can operate a phone. We have a wide open border situation. 30 years ago, they said, well, we got 10 million. Then it was 14 million. Then it was 24 million. Now Joe says it's back down to 10 million. When we watched at least another 5 million come across the border inside of 2 years, you want to know why you have a housing crisis and every other kind of crisis? It's because you're babysitting tens of millions of illegal alien invaders. And if you don't call for the closure of the border now, I consider you traitors. Good night.
Alrighty, our next speaker is Robert Boris.
Appreciate the chance to speak. I'm going to be a little harsh tonight. One-party government is always a bad thing. Here we are after you have spent 2 years bullying and threatening city employees on the matter of the pandemic, and I'm the only person in this city that understands that this room is no longer safe. One-party government is always a bad thing. I'm the only person in the city that knows that it is wrong to absolve rich fat cat oligarchs of their taxes and casually pass them on to others. I'm the only person in this city that has a plan to significantly lower Pima County real estate taxes. I'm the only person in this city that has a plan to adequately fund the Tucson police. I'm the only one in this city that knows that wastewater is needed to water our urban forest and should never be used for drinking water. I'm certainly the only person in this city that has put down not one but 3 riots in my life. Let's get this straight. Our one-party government wants to stay in this unsafe meeting room, serve up wastewater for drinking water, ignore the fact that the city and county needs tax reform, has no plan to adequately fund the Tucson police, or in any way calm this city. I should be able to run for mayor on a public safety financial responsibility platform, but I have no party. I've been kicked out of your party because I don't do machine government. One-party government is always bad, but I choose to take this as an opportunity. The fact that our Republican Party has died of terminal hypocrisy and lies leaves us in need of a new party, and we just happen to have a lifelong practicing Jeffersonian here in our city. And I am prepared to begin almost immediately, to begin the process of collecting signatures to put a financial responsibility Jeffersonian party on our ballot here in Pima County and in the city of Tucson. So, I mean, I'm not happy that every one of you four that's up for reelection is going to be automatically reelected with little or no opposition. But I will take this opportunity to found our nation's first Jeffersonian party since that moment when Abraham Lincoln died.
Thank you, Mr. Royce. Marion Fish? Marion Fish?
Greetings, Mayor Romero and council members. I'm Dr. Marion Fish, a new board member of the Arizona Physicians for Social Responsibility, and I'm here to urge you to take as much quality time as possible before putting any franchise agreement to a public vote. I also want to say that I'm a relatively new resident and have attended only a few council sessions. But from what I've seen, I can say it's gratifying to have a mayor and a city council that seem passionate about Tucson citizens and can discuss difficult issues without a whole lot of drama. At least that's kind of what it seems like. In Arizona's polarized world, this seems like a rarity. According to the National Renewable Energy Lab, which tracks franchise agreements nationwide, most municipalities average 2 years of negotiations, 2 years, with their utilities prior to inking in an agreement. There's a reason for that. Utilities have many franchise agreements. They have experts and lawyers poring over each one and negotiate on a regular basis. Doing this process once every 25 years puts Tucson at a bargaining and a skill set disadvantage. Our best leverage is time. Time spent discussing among council members, time spent discussing with neighborhoods and businesses, listening, and more listening. The world is changing faster than almost any of us can grapple with. Another 25-year agreement seems crazy in its duration alone. Odds are stacked against us to predict that future, and even worse odds if that thinking process is compressed by deadlines imposed by TEP. I get it that you all have tugs and pulls in different directions on this issue, and I don't know the pressures you're under, but I'm here to say that it would be a monumental mistake to do anything that would jeopardize the health of Tucson citizens by failing to fully negotiate climate mitigating strategies in a new franchise agreement. This is our moment to change Tucson's energy policy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Fish. Scott Hancock. Scott Hancock.
Hi, thank you. My name is Scott. I'm a resident of Tucson and I'm not paid to be here today. Thank you for having me. I'm currently a sustainability graduate student with an emphasis on energy and the grid. As such, I'd like to discuss the looming topic of the franchise agreement with TEP as well. I haven't heard all of the discussions on this matter, but I have been present for quite a few of them now. And I just want to bring up some things that are important to me and probably common sentiments amongst others in the city. I'm not here to rehash rate conversations or discuss undergrounding, but rather, why isn't this a bigger conversation? Electricity is everything. There's a lot to discuss on something so critical to a carbon-free future. This time of renewal is a prime opportunity to bring in stronger climate action. Currently, Arizona has just a 15% renewable standard in a state drowning in sunshine, and this franchise agreement is being looked at right now. When the Climate Action Plan draft was open for comment just last night, this is a stars-aligned opportunity. This is our moment to really get it right. The grid of tomorrow has already been ideated, and we know how it'll behave, even if we don't know exactly what that looks like or how to get there. The experts have told us a few things. We know it's decentralized and interconnected. We know it's smart and resilient. We know in places like Arizona, it'll be mostly bolstered by widespread solar and storage. This likely involves microgrids, demand response programs, bidirectionality, virtual power plants, and so much more, asking for a lot of additional from our electric systems, so we need to get ahead of this. We need the new franchise agreement to acknowledge a future that requires a fundamentally different grid. Anything less is a disservice to the residents of Tucson. There are papers and visionaries already articulating what this future of electricity will look like that can be resources to draw upon for Tucson's journey. We might not know all of the pieces along that path, but the end goal is no longer fuzzy. I would like to see a nod to this and an explicit intention to plot a course towards these futures in the franchise agreement. Can't stress enough how great of an opportunity it is for this and the climate action plan to align at the same time. So how do we rise to the occasion and meet it appropriately? Let's take our time to get this right. This is our moment to boldly secure the grid of the future. Let's go big on this because we need to. Go slow to go fast, right? I would like concrete climate concessions in the franchise agreement that represent and support what the people have spoken for in the climate action plan. Thank you. I cede any remaining time.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Abriza Zagir. Abriza Zagir.
Mayor and Council, thank you for your attention today. My name is Abriza Zagir. I reside in Ward 1, and I am not a paid speaker. To be honest, the events over the last couple of years have kind of worn me thin. February 8th, 2022, 36 and La Cholla annexation promises were broken. But at least the acreage south of the Enchanted Hills Wash was saved from development. Still, more than 700 saguaros will be destroyed. Hoping to move on and work on neighborhood projects, I contacted Ward 1 to see if there were some common ground issues we could work on, and I had a few in mind. One was the proposed bus route down La Cholla, starting at Ajo, connecting to Greasewood via Star Pass so folks could get to Pima Community College and St. Mary's Medical Center. That wouldn't take an hour and a half. Currently, folks need to first go east on Silver Lake, past I-10 to 4th Avenue, changing buses 2 or 3 times before getting to the hospital or classes at PCC. A route down La Cholla would also provide more connectivity to Kennedy and Tucson Mountain Parks. There is a bus route along Greasewood, north of Anklam, but it doesn't run south of Anklam down Greasewood. There is a bus route along Mission, but it does not go south of Silver Lake to reach Grande. There is no bus route on Grande. This bus route was first suggested when Mayor Romero was still our ward representative, but at the time there was no funding. March of this year, I contacted Ward 1. Mr. Ramirez responded promptly to my request and said he would get back to me after the Tucson Transportation and Mobility Complete Streets meeting. As far as I know, there is still no planned bus routes on the west side of I-10 between Ajo and Speedway. The time it takes to get from 36 in La Cholla, that is my closest bus stop, to St. Mary's Hospital is 80 minutes and 2 to 3 bus changes. An alternative route above the above one would be to extend the Mission bus route north to Speedway along Grande, providing a less tortuous path for more connectivity for users trying to reach services on St. Mary's Road, for recreational opportunities located at Kennedy Park and Tucson Mountain Parks, and provide our Ward 1 office with a bus stop. Please consider the needed extended bus routes on the west side. Thank you, and happy 115th birthday, Grand Canyon Park.
Thank you, Ms. Aguirre. Ron
Mayor,
Proctor?
can I
Oh, yeah,
respond?
go ahead,
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Ms. Aguirre that I actually took the city manager and our DTM director, Sam Credio, through that route to show them the challenges of not having any connections west of the freeway. And so they saw it firsthand. And I know we can get DTM, they're working on getting recommendations for routes and transit centers. And so we will keep you posted when that information is public.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ron Proctor?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you on behalf of all the people of Tucson who you serve. My comments today are regarding the renewal of the franchise agreement between the citizens of Tucson and Tucson Electric Power Company. I served on the City of Tucson Climate Change Committee for 2 years, during which time we identified electricity production supplied by TEP as producing 60% of Tucson's carbon emissions. As such, it was obvious where carbon emissions needed reduction if Tucson was to meet its climate change mitigation goals. TEP's most current integrated resource plan continues to incorporate CO2 emitting fuels as a 40% mix until 2035 and beyond. Climate change impacts have changed quickly since the current franchise agreement was enacted in 2000, and the impacts are accelerating. Tucson, as well as the planet, is putting human habitability on the chopping block by continuing to pump CO2 into our atmosphere. In our region, temperatures are modeled to continue to rise, drought is historic and expected to expand, and water supply from the Colorado River is failing. The new franchise agreement is probably the last chance the Tucson community will have to move our power system to support a habitable future. If the current TEP franchise agreement model is renewed without responding to current challenges, I believe Tucson's livability will accelerate towards failure. Tucson would do well to reach out to other cities that have used franchise agreements to create new relationships with their utilities to meet sustainability goals. Minneapolis, for instance, created a city and utility partnership in 2014, where both entities collaborate towards their sustainability goals. It's worth looking at other examples that are out there before signing on to whatever franchise agreement comes forward. It's past time for Tucson and TEP to adapt to this new reality, and there's hope that a new city and utility relationship can be forged that takes advantage of a solar economy. An environmentally clean economy presents new markets for electricity supply and efficiency opportunities that can provide incentive profits for TEP and potentially rate reductions for consumers. The current franchise agreement is essentially a financial agreement between TEP and the Tucson community. What is needed going forward is not only a financial agreement, but also now a social contract that works towards creating a collaborative and viable, sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Proctor. That was the end of the 30 minutes for call to the audience, but we just have 2 more speakers. So if I may, I'll just finish up these 2 speakers. Steve Dolan.
Good evening. Happy 2023, Honorable Mayor and Council. Another year to work for a better Tucson. I'm Steve Dolan, a 48-year Tucsonan and not a paid speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about Tucson Electric Power, as many others have. TEP does good things like support U of A sports and provide to-go electric bike and EV charging stations. And TEP does bad things like not underground utilities and not commit to clean energy, renewable sources in the climate action plan, in the franchise agreement to meet the Tucson climate action goals. In March 2022, TEP requested a floodplain variance for the proposed TEP Cottonwood substation at the Santa Cruz River in Ward 1. In 2019, TEP did a study of alternative sites. TEP TEP wanted the cheapest cottonwood site in a very dangerous location, so they did not include the map of alternative safer sites in the variance documents. Mayor and council made a wrong decision to grant the floodplain variance. The proposed TEP substation site violates 3 sections of the Tucson floodplain regulations, especially section 26-12, because alternative safer sites were available. Also, the Santa Cruz River is an angled and curved river section that requires a 1,230-foot erosion hazard setback from the river, but the variance incorrectly used a straight section for a smaller setback. The Santa Cruz River angled and curved section is visible in maps provided to the mayor, Wards 1 and Ward 3, so they could do a visit to the dangerous site. These floodplain violations were not included in the March 2022 Mayor and Council communication. The document did include that the proposed TEP Cottonwood substation is a, quote, critical facility with more stringent requirements to assure it is not damaged or unable to function during emergency, unquote. A critical facility should be protected against a 500-year flood. For decades, the Santa Cruz River meandered channel flowed across the TEP site. The proposed TEP Cottonwood Station is not protected against erosion from the 100-year or 500-year flood mapped by FEMA. There is a history of flooding and erosion to the TEP site that was affected by the October 1983 flood that could be exceeded by a climate change extreme flood. The Climate Action Plan has a social vulnerability index map that shows the TEP site in the most vulnerable population in Ward 1. A proposed TEP critical facility that is not adequately protected will suffer erosion during a flood emergency, then power outage to affect
Mr. Dolan, please come to a conclusion.
Wards 1 and 5 businesses and residents. This is an important decision for sustainable power and Tucson resilient together. I have emailed many requests but never received replies from Antonio Ramirez or Ward 1. To explain the maps and floodplain information, I respectfully request a meeting with Council Member Lane Santa Cruz, with the new city floodplain administrator and DTM floodplain staff before
Mr. Dolan, come to a conclusion. We do have your number and we can make sure that
before the TEP Cottonwood Station is scheduled for a mayor and council public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. We will refer you to the city manager so that he can continue the discussion. And the last speaker is Garrett Weaver.
Hello, good evening. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I know that we went over with a call to the audience, so I'll be brief. My name is Garrett Weaver. I am not paid to be here. I am here to represent Tucson Climate Coalition, and I am a resident of the city, and I live in Ward 6. First of all, I'd really like to say thank you, and I appreciate bringing the TEP franchise agreement discussions out into the public, bringing that into a public forum. That's really important for transparency, and then that's really important for allowing members of the community to comment on that. So I really appreciate that. The Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, as you know, was released on the 10th. There's a lot of great analysis in that plan. There's a lot of great recommendations. And I think that it is, and one of the things that stood out to me was that a scope 2 emissions, which are emissions from electricity, are the single largest emitter that our city produces. And that means that electricity is really important, and the franchise agreement is going to be really valuable, is going to be the most important thing for our climate action and adaptation plan implementation with respect to mitigation. So, I want to say that this is a really important thing for the city. To close, we need to reduce emissions. We need to take in context all of the feedback and all of the outreach that has been done with the community. It is a sign of respect to our community to take all of the input that has been provided in the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan process. This is our moment to make a big impact to put us on the right trajectory. And I just want to ask, please take this opportunity and make the most of it and take into account all of the aspects of the franchise agreement before the city moves forward with a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. That was the last of our speakers, and we move on to item 7. Thank you all for coming tonight and for spending time with us. Item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through H.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have item A, approval of minutes. Item B is an IGA with Pima County for the historical preservation services for Fort Lowell Park. That item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Cunningham. Item C is an IGA with Pima County for the implementation of a regional 311 system. Item D is an IGA intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County for the Grant Road, Oracle Road to Swan Road Improvement Project, phases 3 and 4. Item E is real estate amending the parking lease agreement with Cadence Apartments LLC. Item F is a labor agreement amendment with the Tucson Firefighters Association. Item G is a final plat S22-024 Bridges Tucson Marketplace Block 9, replat Block 9A and Block 9B. Item H is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the reimbursement of the multi-agency resource coordinator.
May I have a motion to proceed?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Cunningham? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. We're considering one separately, correct?
Item B, intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the historic preservation services for Fort Lowell Park.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Your Honor, we've already made the agreement with the Presidio Museum to operate the Fort Lowell Museum and the Fort Lowell Historic Site. That means we're going to reopen the historic site, and the coolest part is on the Atkins property across the street, which we spent a fortune before I took office renovating. No one ever got to go there. And now we're going to be able to open that up to the public about twice a week. So that's really excited. Want to give a shout out to Amy Hartman, who worked really hard with the Presidio. The Presidio Trust also is the caretaker of our original fort right across from Presidio Park. And they're also the ones who help us publish the Turquoise Trail every year. My mom was one of the people who started the trust and the Turquoise Trail. So this was a really cool thing to collaborate with. So we're doing that. Moreover, Anthony.
Excuse me, Mr. Potter, please do not interrupt. Mr. Rankin?
Mayor, you have the authority to direct him to be ejected from the meeting based on the interruptions and disruption to the meeting.
Mr. Potter, you will be ejected from the chamber if you are not silent when others are speaking. Alrighty, take him out, please. Please remove him from the chamber. Thank you.
The second thing I wanted to
Go ahead, Councilmember.
The second thing I
Cunningham. Don't
wanted
worry.
to talk about was when we first proposed this dealing, we also were talking about the historic commissary and the Donaldson House properties being managed by both HCD and Pima County. What's neat is Pima County is going to come in as the project manager of that and put in about we have $3.5 million for the preservation, but it's going to cost more than that. The county's going to help us pick up that tab, which is a really big piece. The Fort Lowell neighborhood collaborated with us on this. And, coupled with what we're doing at the park, as I made the announcement, we're cutting the ribbon on Friday, and the pool's being redone. We're adding the splash pad, and then we're working on some irrigation things through private. It's really exciting to see all the things culminating with Fort Lowell Park. So I really wanted to take this opportunity to thank city staff on getting all this stuff done. And I'm really excited because Fort Lowell Park was looking rough for a couple of years, and it just took a while to get everybody kind of lined up so we could all work together and get it moved forward. And that's where we are. And it just shows that patience is a virtue. So I'm really excited. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And with that, I'd like to move item 7B.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Congratulations, it's a great project and preserves a piece of history here in the city of Tucson. So any discussion on this item? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. We move on to item 8.
Public hearing amending Tucson Code Chapter 27 relating to an increase in water rates for fiscal years 2023 through 2027, ordinance number 11982.
City Manager's Communication Number 11 dated January 11th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on proposed increases to water rates as required by the fiscal year 2023-2027 financial plan approved by the Citizens Water Advisory Committee and Mayor and Council. Will staff be making a brief presentation on this matter? Mr. Kimmick.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Just briefly, a summary of where we're at today with this proposal. So on October 18th, 2022, a notice of intent was issued by this body to begin a 60-day statutory process for the adoption of new water rates. So today is a public hearing on that. There's two critical components of the rate plan to be reviewed. First is a change in the CAP water resource fee. It's currently at 70 cents a CCF and is proposed to go to $1 a CCF effective, if adopted tonight, the week of February 13th, 2023. The second component of the rate plan is a 5.5% across the board increase that would be scheduled every year on July 1st, 2023, 24, 25, and 26, those 4 consecutive years. That's my presentation, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kimmick. We do have speakers for this item. Let me see, the public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. I have 2 speakers listed here. The first one is Abriza Seguir.
Mayor and Council, thank you for your attention. My name is Abriza Zakir, and I reside in Ward 1, and I'm not a paid speaker. In November, I attended 3 of the 6 Tucson Water and Environmental Services open houses planned in each one of the 6 wards. These were poorly attended meetings, probably because of the lack of notification. I was then stunned to see an expensive half-page ad in the Arizona Daily Star asking folks to fill out a survey for One Water Tucson. But neither the city or Tucson Water spent money to send out meeting notifications or the proposed water rate increases in the Tucson Water monthly billing statements. And you was wondering how to reach out to folks? Here's a good way. At these open houses, I asked why the cost of water for residential was more than commercial. Their answer was the cost of service was more for residential than commercial. Monthly service charged is a pipe or meter size, and as the size increases for delivery, so does the charge. This charge is the same every month. Bigger pipes and meters cost more regardless of customers' classification. Water volume use charges are billed by the amount of water used. Currently, residential is on an increasing 4-block tiered rate. It costs more when you use more. Commercial and industrial are on a seasonal rate base, which is less than the residential rates. Between September and April, commercial and industrial users have the same basic cost rate per volume, regardless of how much water they use. This rate will increase during the summer if they use more water during the summer than is used in the previous winter. Water rate increases between 2023 and 2027 are the highest in residential blocks 1 and 2. Increasing by 24.6% and 23% respectively. During the same period, commercial and industrial rate base increased by 18.5%, and the summer surcharges by either 20.4 or 20.7. Even when paying summer surcharge, commercial water rates are lower than residential now and with the proposed increases. The increases revenue required by Tucson Water is 5.5% increase per year for the next 4 or 5 years. Residential users account for 87% of all revenue, they state. The water increase rates, residential customers are higher for other customers. So 90% of the current revenue and the proposed 5% revenue increase for Tucson Water will be paid by 70% of the customers, which are residential. Given the scarcity of water, CAP allocation reductions, and the estimated 5.5-year, not 100-year supply of Tucson Basin groundwater, residential, commercial, and industrial users should be on the same block rate at the new rates suggested by Tucson Water. This will provide Tucson Water with the needed revenue it has requested, will promote water-saving technology through all user classes. Residential water customers should not be burdened and charged more than commercial and industrial customers for the volume of water they use. And commercial and industrial customers should not be given special fee rates. Conservation of water and its use is a primary concern for all desert dwellers, and maintaining the equity of cost between all Tucson Water customers is necessary for ensuring that a unit of water is considered our most precious community commodity, not something to be traded or used as a business incentives. The best thing about the new plan is the special rates for community gardens and still providing the low-income household discount rates and water-saving home upgrades and repairs. And you were wondering, how are you going to notify the water users that they can get this? You send out a bill once a month. You have flyers in that bill for wastewaters. You have flyers in that bills for, yay, see how we're doing, and here's how hard your water is. Well, that is my end. Thank you so much.
Yes, Ms. Aguirre, thank you so much. Mr. Rory Junman.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Rory Junman, 60 East Calle Primarosa, resident of the city. And I'm here tonight as the chair for the Citizens Water Advisory Committee. As you likely know, CWAC is charged with several roles, one of them being to review the annual revenue needs of Tucson Water. And then we also kind of represent the ratepayers of Tucson Water to make sure that any rate increases are really the minimal necessary. And then we make our recommendations to you. We provided you a letter in your materials recommending approval. I mean, as you know, in 2020, the rates were set to increase, and they were obviously delayed for a good reason. But we're really at a time where, at least it seems to me, that the rate increases are critical. So Tucson Water can continue to provide the level of service that it does. Late last summer, the CWAC Finance Subcommittee and the full committee reviewed with staff these proposed increases, and there was overwhelming support for those. I think that's because this is a very balanced approach. It not only includes rate increases, but it also includes some bonding and some dipping into the fund balance. I've found that staff and their consultants are very thorough, do a lot of analysis to really come up with what is a rate increase that's the least amount necessary for the utility. Our letter also highlighted a couple other things that we support, a small increase in the base fee, because it gives a little bit more consistency to utility, and also a support of more awareness for low-income programs. Just as we're raising rates, we also need to be mindful of those who are going to have a hard time handling those and making sure that they know that those programs are out there for them. We also, in our letter, mentioned about commercial rates and that we're going through kind of a separate analysis of those with staff, and we're doing that early this year. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but again, we recommend approval of these rates, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Junman. Really appreciate it. Is there anyone here wanting to speak about this item? Already hearing none. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alrighty, what is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I'll start,
Alrighty, Vice Mayor?
I guess. First of all, I want to thank CWAC for the work that you all did. I have a lot of respect for the members on the commission and the staff support. Done a very significant analysis of the utility. Tucson Water is, in my estimation, the most important utility that we have in the city. It is the infrastructure that is the backbone of everything that happens in the community. We cannot continue to let Tucson Water fall behind in terms of having the financial ability to maintain and upgrade the infrastructure that is really the underbelly of providing water to the customers all over the region, not just within the city limits. Making it clear the 5.5% proposed rate increase, while CWAC and Tucson Water are proposing it for 4 consecutive fiscal years, that is a determination we will make based on budgetary conversations in the next 3 fiscal years. What we're voting on tonight is a commitment to 5.5% rate increase. The CWAC did make it very important 2 recommendations. One is to set aside $60 million in revenue bonds for infrastructure improvements. At the study session today, we had a conversation about that. We have not identified projects, but that is a placeholder, something that the 5.5% will help to fund. And in addition to that, to help mitigate impacts on the fund balance, which right now we're dipping into, not only for Tucson Water, but for the next item as well, and that is environmental services. So with that, I would make a motion that we adopt the increase in the cap surcharge and the 2024 5.5% rate increase for Tucson Water.
I'll second that motion with discussion, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion, council member?
Yes, Your Honor. A couple things for our friends from the press who are here. Hello, media. Really important to mention that our rates still fall in line below other cities. And I think that's really important. The other thing is we have a robust low-income program for some of the folks that may feel the sting. And the other piece that I think is really important to remember is that for folks that are using 10 CCFs, if they decrease their use a smidge, the amount they pay will only go up by $1 or $2 per month this first round. And that's really important to remember. And I think that's one of the things that we try to be really methodical. One of the things that happens in water policy is nobody runs around and says, oh, gee whiz, I can't wait to raise water rates. Nobody ever does that. You're doing it because you want to be responsible for what is becoming and emerging as the next commodity globally, unfortunately. And it's kind of awful for those of us who grew up in the 70s when it was like drinking from the garden hose was great. You just flipped the fire hydrant on a hot day. But that's not how we're living anymore. We have incredible needs in infrastructure for our water over the next years. And the pipe bursting at Speedway and Kolb is a symptom of that. Not only do we have to replace the infrastructure that's now 50, 60, 70 years old, we also have to clean the water underground that the Air Force contaminated for 25 years. We now have to figure out a way to recharge water underneath 3 of the largest waterways in Tucson, and we have to figure out a way to capture water to make up for what we have to put back into the Colorado, even though we were the ones who led the way in that conservation in the first place. We've been very responsible with our water for the last decade. It's something that Tucson can hang our hat on. You know that you're doing it right when Israelis come across the globe to see what Tucson is doing on how to conserve water. We help innovate drip irrigation, we help innovate technology for recharge, and we are leaders in rainwater harvesting that no other city in Arizona has even duplicated yet. More importantly, we wheel almost 75% of our effluent into watering our grass and doing irrigation around the city. Some cities will say, oh yeah, we do that too, except we like 10% of their effluent, and they brag about it. We do way more than half, almost 70%. So I think there's a lot of things here that make this necessary. I know some folks will feel the sting, and guess what? Call my office. We'll be there to walk you through that process to help. But the bottom line is we got to take care of our water. If we don't have water, there will be no Tucson. So those are my comments, and I support the ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to support this because it's needed. Inflationary forces impact everything, including the cost of service in the Tucson water utility, and it has to pay for itself. Tucson, as my colleague pointed out, has been great at water conservation. We need to get even better. One of the things a speaker at the public hearing said was residential rates are structured for conservation, but commercial rates are not. However, Mayor and Council has directed city staff to look at some options for doing that, and I'm very much looking forward to those discussions, which will happen in the coming year. Water is life. Water is important. We have to treat it as the precious commodity it is, and it costs money. In addition to the cost of service, these funds cover important things like water conservation, environmental programs, and the low-income assistance programs that we have available to people, not only in the city, but anywhere in Tucson Water's area. So I'm happy to vote for this well-thought-out plan from Tucson Water. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Any others?
Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Ortega.
I would just like clarification if the clerk could please confirm the motion, just so that I'm clear. Is this for the ordinance as submitted, or are there modifications to that?
Vice Mayor?
$5.5% plus the CAP charge.
Okay, Mayor, just Vice Mayor, so I'm clear, we did make recommendations for years 2 through 4. Are those not part of your motion?
Well,
is that correct?
we don't have, unless the city attorney corrects me, we don't have the ability to budget multi-years out. So this is for this fiscal year is what we're doing now. We can't make a commitment to a mayor and council in the year 2027.
So,
Mr. Rankin.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, we did appropriately notice it for the ability to phase the increases out over the 4-year time frame. So that is how it has been presented. And yes, you can adjust fees going forward. Now, of course, you can always, subsequent legislative body of the mayor and council always has the legislative authority to act differently a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now.
So my sense is that because we have a very robust conversation going on that Councilmember Dahl pointed out with respect to commercial rates, that we should lock ourselves in for 1 year and have this conversation next year if we want to adjust it downwards.
I have a question, Mr. Rankin. If we were to move the city manager recommendation, which includes the next 4 or 5 years of rate increases, with the possibility, of course, changing, can we continue talking about the commercial rates into the future and adjust?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, absolutely. And as that conversation continues, appropriate new notices would be published to put the public on notice of what adjustments the mayor and council might consider down the road.
Vice Mayor, I would consider, if you would consider an amendment to the motion, just so that we could go with city manager recommendation and then
Yeah.
bring back all the rest of the conversation.
Yeah, so I will do that, and here's why. We have the commercial rate conversation going on. We're looking, and I'm looking at Chris Avery out here, we have a situation with the CAP where we could be facing an absolute significant increase in cap costs that are gonna affect this utility. We have already been given notice by the Bureau of Reclamation that we're gonna have to have significant decreases in our use of CAP water. This whole issue of water is such a volatile one that as long as we're reserving the right to adjust these 5.5% numbers within years 2, 3, and 4, then I'm fine with moving that motion, recognizing that the only one we're locking into is 5.5% for this fiscal year, because we're juggling a whole lot of different hydrological balls right now, and that's going to change those 5.5% numbers going forward.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that this is going volatile, moving issue, but I would prefer that we take the long-term approach and then come back and move what we need to move. So if you accept the amendment, then
I'm
the
good with
seconder?
all.
So I accept the amendment to go with our long-term plan and state it, but I just want to know, I've just got a feeling, considering what the CAP board might do, considering we've got the interstate people, we've got the Colorado River Pack people meeting right now too, across state lines on the lower basin. Isn't the upper basin meeting too, Tim, next year? So the bottom line is that we're gonna be back here anyway talking about this. So I think that if we want to formalize it and say annual review or whatever, that's fine, but the spirit of the motion is we want to be transparent in stating what our long-term plan is, but we may have to deviate it plus or minus. It just depends on kind of what happens, and those are forces outside of some of our control.
Absolutely, all real, all real. So there is amended motion, the seconder accepted the amendment. Any further discussion from my colleagues on the council? Alrighty. As mayor, I take my responsibility very seriously to continue to provide safe, affordable, reliable, clean water to our ratepayers. And to do this, we have to make sure, as my colleagues have mentioned, that we stay up clearly with the movement and the motions that are happening about water, with the federal government, with the state, with all of the states that are involved in this conversation. I want to make sure that we recognize the work that this mayor and councils previously to us have laid out the groundwork to have our community have a secured water supply. We are in a very good position as a city, and this is because of the stewardship of our staff, of previous mayor and councils, and this particular mayor and council that have taken this responsibility very seriously. We do have needs, and as Mr. Junman talked about previously, we had avoided this conversation for the past 3 years. We had not made any movement in terms of additional rate increases for the past 3 years because we were going through a pandemic. And we felt at the time that it would be inappropriate to have rate increases, not knowing how our economy would respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. So for the past 3 years, we have not seen rate increases for ratepayers here in the city of Tucson and customers of Tucson Water. So we have to remember that. We have to remember also that we had a moratorium on not closing accounts because of lack of payment. This mayor and council has been very conscious of the users, of the Tucson Water customers. We have planned ahead. We are looking at this particular increase because of the needs in infrastructure, but also because we don't know what lies ahead and how much water will cost into the future. So happy to have this conversation with our community. I think it's important that we move forward. It's important that we do this in partnership with our federal partners. I believe the Vice Mayor spoke about PFAS in our water and remediating that. We have been incredibly aggressive at looking for funds so that our ratepayers do not help pay remediate PFAS, even though we have put more than $50 million to make sure that we're delivering clean water to our customers. We just received $25 million from the state of Arizona to help us remediate PFAS. We, our senators have put $4 billion in the Infrastructure Investment Act to help cities like Tucson remediate PFAS. We're doing everything we possibly can on delivering clean water, but we're also working fast and furiously to make sure that the more than 22 years of drought in our state are not immediately going to affect the city of Tucson. So with that, I'd like to open it up. I know Vice Mayor wants to add, and if anyone else, no? Okay, your light is on. Other than that, if there's no other discussion points, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries.
Your Honor, excuse me, I need to read the title and text of the
Yes, go ahead, read
Thank you,
the
and to
ordinance
record.
number.
Ordinance number 11982 relating to water, amending certain portions of the Tucson Code, Chapter 27, Water, Article 2, Rates and Charges, Section 27-31 Definitions, Section 27-32.1 Monthly Reclaimed Water Service Charges, Section 27-33 Monthly Portable Water Service Charges, and Section 27-34 Charges for Fire Protection Service for fiscal years 2023 through 2027 and setting an effective date. And if you would just confirm that this is to adopt ordinance number 11982 as presented. That was
Ms. Clerk, do you need a roll call vote for this particular ordinance? Okay, let's do a roll call vote. Ordinance 11982, let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee. Aye. Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 11982 passes by a vote of 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We move on to item 9.
Public hearing amending Tucson Code Chapter 15 related to revisions to the environmental services rate schedule proposed for fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2027.
City Manager's Communication Number 15 dated January 11th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to discuss amending Tucson Code Chapter 15 related to revisions to the environmental services rate schedule proposed for fiscal years 2023 to fiscal years 2027. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing? Alrighty. Very brief.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We follow the same public notification, the same public outreach, very similar in nature to Tucson Water to meet all the public notification and statutory requirements. Tonight, I'm respectfully requesting that the mayor and council consider adopting a rate adjustment to our residential collection services, commercial collection services, and landfill disposal fees. Our residential revenue fee structure has remained flat and unchanged since 2011. Since that time, we have been able to make operational changes and reduce operating cost. We have also made some reductions to our fleet and equipment replacement programs, reduced services by transitioning to every other week recycling, removed glass from the recycling bin, and also received a $2 million cash contribution from the general fund to offset the financial impacts that the department has faced over the past few years. Based on this, it is really our recommendation to adjust the residential fee structure from $16.75 per month to $20 per month effective February 13, 2023, and to approve a secondary adjustment of $3 per month, making the residential fee of $23 per month effective January 1st, 2024. In addition, we're we're recommending a 10% rate adjustment across the board to all commercial collection services. Finally, we're recommending a $3 increase per ton for commercial disposal services at the Los Reales Sustainability Campus. Our proposed rate adjustments are designed to provide the Department with the financial resources in line with the cost of service model to maintain the current levels of services and to ensure that our delivery of services are not compromised. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. De La Torre. We do have a scheduled public hearing. The hearing is to last no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations, and I do have one public speaker, Abriza Zaguirre.
It's real short. Mayor and Council, thank you for your attention today. My name is Abriza Zaguirre, and I reside in Ward 1, and I am not a paid speaker. Thank you for posting public notices for 7 consecutive days, January 2nd to the 8th, in the Arizona Daily Star. It might have been better to send out at least one notice. I'm going to go back to this. In a Tucson water billing statement. Maybe it's not legally required, but it sure would have reached more customers and been more accessible, along with some phone numbers and contact information. If they don't have a website, there's somebody they can actually talk to on the phone. I only have one concern. These guys need money. The rates, and we have trash. But one concern I have is the standard container sizes of 48, 65, 95 gallons. Should it be, I'm kind of guessing it should be the same monthly cost for the small commercial pickups that have the same size, same as residential. I think this is a section 15-33.2 commercial fee schedules. Number D, the fees are not that much lower than the residential, but maybe making them equal because it does cost the same amount of money. It's the same truck. You have to stop and pick it up, and you may actually have to drive out of your way to get to that small trash can if it's not on a residential scheduled route. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Aguirre. That was the only card that I had for this particular item. Is anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, may I get a motion to close the public hearing, please?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. All righty. This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11983 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11983 relating to environmental services, amending Chapter 15 of the Tucson City Code, amending waste disposal service contracts language by amending Tucson Code Article 5, Section 15-32.5, 15-33.2, 15-34.7, and 15-34.8, setting an effective date and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I'd like to move this item, I think with the caveat that we don't do the 3 years.
Oh, that we smooth it out over three instead of 2.
We smooth it out over 3 years instead of, and the one thing I'd want to say in this we have now raised fees for environmental services for 12 years. Right now, we are out of 18 cities in Arizona, we have the lowest environmental city fees by at least $1 is the next one up. And in some situations, we're 1/4. There's a town within 100 miles of us that has a $62 a month environmental service fee. So I think we've done a pretty good job with this. Even if we raise these fees, out of the 18 cities that I looked up in Tucson, in Arizona, we're now 16th out of 18. And one of them, it's by like 97 cents per month. I mean, we're still going to have very low rates. Also, the two cities below us do not have even anything that resembles the low-income program that we have that serves over 4,500 different residents. So that's why I'm supportive of this fiscal plan. I'm obviously open to suggestions from the council on how to structure it long-term, but I want to get the first round effective this month. That's my motion.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I just for clarification, the 3 years smoothing out is for residential only, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second, and Councilwoman Lee has some questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Totally supportive of where we're headed. I just want to get some clarification on 2 years versus 3 years. So Carlos or Mr. Ortega, I have sort of a two-part question. I really would like to understand the implications of not getting to that full amount in the first year. And if you know what your break-even amount is, just so we're not dipping into reserves, and if that plays a factor in 2 years versus 3 years.
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, I'm going to ask Carlos to come up and talk through some details. As he's walking up, just to let you know, the full 625 is right at about $10 million. My suggestion is going to the 3 years that the discussion be 225, 2, and 2. So it gives us the opportunity to recover some of the dollars. Ultimately, I'll work with Carlos on some of the details of the shortfall, if you will, from what we're projecting. What I may do is, as a part of the budget, come back and have conversation around how to do that in a way that would be repaid. You know, so if the general fund fronts some of the capital investment with the expectation we get paid in the future year, that could be an option. I'm not necessarily saying that will happen, but I am suggesting that we would have that discussion. So in terms of the specific impact, I'll ask Carlos to address that briefly.
Okay, wait, let me understand, because my motion specifically is to do the 325 now. I'm okay with doing that. That was part of my comments right now. The 325 still puts us 17th out of 18th for Arizona City, so I'm okay doing the full 325 now. So if we wanted to do 325, like 2 and 1, maybe, but I think it's just easier to do the 325 and the 3. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor,
So,
I apologize. I thought I heard 3 years, and I apologize, I didn't hear.
yeah, the motion was, we requested that the motion be smoothed out over 3 years, but
3 years.
we talked about this during study session. So again, to be clear, if it were to be smoothed out over 3 years, the 225, 2 and 2, would that, there's concern over not making budget. Can you
Yes,
can you
that's
expand?
absolutely, Mayor, and I apologize. What I understood was you wanted to smooth it just average over 3 years, that's all. So I didn't realize that the conversation is the 325. Clearly, we had put in our financial, all the information we provided, less than the 325 will be an impact to the plan that we were proposing. And it's just a function of what number you pick in that first year. And what I suggested in my comments were around, during the budget process, I'll bring you some thoughts and recommendations on how to, if you decide on a 225, not 325, I'll bring back some thoughts on how to make up that 1.6 million. And then we'll talk about that going forward. But clearly, from a cash flow standpoint, particularly because we haven't raised fees, if we can front load it at 325, that's very helpful in terms of the longer term impact of that.
Oh, we hadn't heard that from you either at the study session or before, Mr. Ortega. So thank you, Councilwoman Lee, for asking about budgetary. And Vice Mayor Kozachik also had talked about 10% across the board for commercial not being enough. So I know that we are going to continue talking about this issue as we move forward. But I'm prepared to request that you remove the $2 easing out over 3 years. It concerns me that that we were not, it was not very clear about the budget discrepancy regarding regarding the smoothing out over 3 years. So it just concerns me that we are going to see our utility bills going up both on the water side and on the environmental services side with abrupt increases per month, so.
So for me, the 3.25, I think, is totally appropriate. Effective next month. I'm totally okay with that because we're 12 years later, and all the things I laid out, especially where we fall with the 18 peer cities inside Arizona. The second piece, whether we go 3.25 and then we drop another 3 on top of them at the end of the year, I don't know about that. I think I want to have that discussion more, but I'm definitely prepared to remove the 3.25 today, and then whether or not we do a $1.50 or $2 at the end of this year and stretching the last $3 over 2 years is fine with me, but I want to do the 3.25 today because I'm very comfortable with it, considering we'll still be, 17th out of 19th or 18 out of 20 cities in Arizona with lower rate. I mean, we're still going to have some of the lowest rates, and we've talked about how we haven't raised rates at all for 12 years. So I'm willing to do that piece, but yes, the mayor makes a really good point. To jam people up and drop 3.25 and then drop 3 right after, that isn't really going to work. So I'd rather do the 3.25 now and then kind of revisit that at the end of the year on how much we do for next year.
What my concern is that, especially with the comments that the vice mayor made during the study session, is that I don't want to, I don't want the residential customers to carry the load, especially if there's additional questions about the commercial rates not being sufficient to be able to pay for what the services that we're providing. So I want to be as thoughtful as possible to be able to be as fair as possible. If there's continued conversation that we need to do and have to respond to the concerns that Vice Mayor Kasachek brought up today during study session, I'd really like to do that as opposed to piling up on the residential customers. Vice Mayor, and then if there are any others, please let me know.
First of all, just for procedural, did you amend your motion, or, because originally it was 2.25?
Yeah, my motion's amended to 3.25. I think 3.25 today is one of the most important things we do.
And Kevin, did you second it? You're okay with it?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so first of all, even at 3.25, the cumulative impact on the budget is still coming $2.5 million out of pocket. We're still not making up the environmental services shortfall, even at 3.25. Even in the second year, if we go $3, it's still not making it up. Still, the cumulative under is still over $300,000. So even going 3.25 and 3, we're still number 17 or 18, and we're still not balancing Carlos's budget. But I am absolutely serious about the comments about Republic Services, about their contract. We have gone 11 years in his budget and without an adjustment, and during that time, we have adjusted Republic Services contract 6 times, and each time is because they needed to fatten their kitty, while our residential and business customers are subsidizing that Fortune 100 company. So we are right now in a hiatus with our contract with them for the next year. We have really, and I appreciate the notion that we're going to have an executive session on that next time around. But our tip fee for them nets out at $15 a ton. They're charging us netting out at $140 a ton for a processing fee. They are charging their customers twice what we're charging them. There's a big delta there for us to make up some of this difference that we're talking to our residential and business customers about. So fine for the 3.25. I don't know how we frame the motion in terms of setting a cap at $3 with the opportunity to bring it down, or whatever that winds up being. I'll leave that to y'all. But we have got to have a serious conversation about that Republic Services MRF contract because right now our customers are subsidizing them and it's just not right.
I 100% agree with you, Vice Mayor, but the same exact reason that you're saying that we should look at the commercial and the charges that we do to Republic is the same exact reason that I want to be as careful as possible what we're charging our residential customers. So if the possibility of the motion being clarified, that if we do 3 1/4 this coming year, that we be able to have the flexibility to review what the charge will be within the next 2 years for residential customers. I refuse, specifically because of what you're saying, to have our residential customers have to pay and subsidize our commercial customers. So, Mr. Rankin, can you give us a little bit of advice as to how we frame our motion?
Certainly, Mayor. If the motion is made simply to approve the ordinance as presented, it would be the 325 followed by the 3. So it would be over a 2-year period of time. However, as I mentioned during the water rate discussion, as a legislative body, you could visit the FY24, the January 24 rate as proposed, that second bump, the $3, in advance of that and adjust it. If it's a choice to adjust it to a lower number, you'll have that ability. If it's a choice to adjust it to a higher number, you'd have that ability as well. Of course, that would trigger new notice requirements to the public so they're aware of the proposed increase.
All right. So a couple things. I'd like to, if it pleases the council and Your Honor, I'd like to withdraw my motion and redo my motion. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
All right, I withdraw my previous motion. I submit this motion. I move that we pass and adopt the rates as presented with the 2 caveats. One, that the commercial rates are examined, as well as the second increase is reviewed before implementation by the council, may not be this council, by the council in the second meeting of November.
Mayor, we can make that happen.
Second.
Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Do we need a roll call vote? Let's go to roll call.
This is on the motion to pass and adopt ordinance 11983 as presented, with the caveat that commercial rates are reviewed and the second increase is reviewed before implementation in the second meeting of November.
For residential.
For residential.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Second meeting in November?
Yes. Because it wouldn't, it's supposed to be implemented.
All right. Fair enough.
Or meeting closest thereof.
Okay.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11983 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10.
City Administration approving the appointment of Suzette YAEZENKO as the Human Resource Department Director. Ordinance number 11980.
City Manager's communication number 4, dated January 11th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11980 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11980 relating to Human Resources Department, approving the appointment of Suzette YAEZENKO as the Director of the City of Tucson Human Resources Department, fixing compensation and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, is Suzette here? Come on up and introduce yourself. Yeah. While she's doing it, I make the motion that we adopt the motion and hire Suzette as our new HR director.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and this part is reserved for discussion. Vice Mayor.
have nothing to say. I'm just welcome. We have to hear from you. Tell us about yourself.
Great. Let's see, I've been in human resources for over 25 years. I am an Idaho native, and our family has moved here and will be retiring in Arizona. I am very thankful to all of you for allowing me this opportunity. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, and of course City Leadership for giving me this opportunity. And I look forward to serving you and supporting you and meeting your priorities throughout the next decade.
Well, welcome to the City of Tucson family. I'm really happy that we were able to find you with so much experience and knowledge in human resources. Human resources is an important department for the City of Tucson. You really manage our most valuable resource, which is our employees, those that deliver the services to our communities. So looking forward to your work with us, your partnership with the mayor and council and the city manager, and welcome to the City of Tucson. We have to vote. There's a motion on the floor, but I'm sure we're all going to welcome you with open arms. So any other discussions?
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
All righty, we're hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
All right.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, welcome.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Suzette, welcome to the City of Tucson. Best of luck to you. Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11980 passes by a vote of 6-0. Welcome to the City of Tucson.
Thank you.
Item 11.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, January 24th, 2023 at 5 on or after 5:30 p.m.